never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Ready or not, we got to roll. It's 12:02 Eastern. A little after 9 o'clock on the West Coast. We'll be working our way time zone to time zone into a Friday. Yeah, here it comes. As we turn the page on the calendar, looking at, July the 8th. That's what we'll be facing here. Yeah, short work week. So the weekend is almost upon us. How about that? Welcome aboard. It's another full 5 hours. Overnight drive will get you through the night. Hopefully safely from point A to point B. Moving that freight around the country. All right, looking at the weather map. Not nearly as active as we've seen much of this week as far as precip's concerned, but there are some areas where you're going to be slowing down, showers, thunderstorms. Another night of some fairly heavy rain in parts of north central Montana. And a cluster of showers and thunderstorms, kind of sporadic, in and out of various cells. Southern portions of Minnesota down into western Iowa. Another cluster southeastern Nebraska, northwestern Missouri. Some spotty shower activity through central Illinois over into central Indiana. Nothing heavy there. Still some showers and thunderstorms in the Carolinas tonight as well. Gonna be looking for some changes as we head into the weekend. Much of this week we've been talking the heat dome, which, well, the heat dome's not going away. It's just going to begin to shift. Going to shift off to the west. So still in the central and southwestern down toward the Four Corners region. Really going to be looking for the heat to build in that part of the country. Yeah, a lot of triple-digit highs in the forecast. The big change is going to be in the east parts of the Ohio Valley and even eventually the southeastern portions of the country. Going to get a bit of a break from the heat. Now, Friday here for the upcoming day, we're still looking at a lot of heat, excessive heat warnings, as a matter of fact, for about the western half of Tennessee, northern portions of Mississippi, southern half of Missouri. Now, those are excessive heat warnings. In other words, triple-digit heat indices. Still some widespread heat advisories, but not nearly as far to the north as we've seen through much of this work week. We do have a pair of weak storms that are going to travel from the plains to parts of the Midwest and the eastern USA. That will bring with them their fair share of flooding downpours and more severe thunderstorms to start the weekend. One of the two, the second storm is going to have the best chance of reaching the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. Concern was growing this past day among forecasters of an escalating threat of flash flooding. As this weather pattern comes together, much of this region has dealt with repeated rounds of heavy thunderstorms, torrential downpours. Localized flooding has already been a problem in many communities this week. So as these severe thunderstorms and flash flooding continue to pester parts of Montana and the northern plains into the weekend, we're looking for a significant, what they call, battle zone, clash of the air masses that's going to set up hundreds of miles further to the south and east beginning today and on into Saturday. First, we'll have a weak storm coming out of the Colorado Rockies. That storm already dropped 2 to 4 inches of rain in the early Thursday morning hours in northern Kansas, parts of Missouri, southern Nebraska into parts of Iowa. Cameron, Missouri, just to the northeast of Kansas City, picked up over 3 inches of rain in about 3 hours' time. Heavy rains. Same storm system traveled eastward across the Ohio Valley states as we speak, with some heavy rain on the northern flank. This past evening, about 19,000 customers still without power, according to Power Outage US. But forecasters tell us the risk of flash flooding is going to be highest in places where the rain kind of overlaps downpours that had already occurred earlier this week. There is an indication that this first storm may weaken a bit and kind of break up as it tries to cross the Appalachians before reaching the mid-Atlantic region later today. However, the second storm, that's the one likely to have more success in bringing downpours further to the east. That second storm is going to take a similar path from the Central Plains to the Ohio Valley. Downpours expected to the north, thunderstorms to the south later today. That's going to result in maybe another 1-2 inches of rainfall with locally higher amounts for some, on top of the rain that's already fallen earlier this week. Heaviest rain likely to stretch from west to east, a band from central and northern Illinois early today to northern and central portions of Indiana and Ohio later on Friday. Some in that zone received already 3 to 6 inches of rain earlier this week. So obviously those areas will be more prone to flooding than areas that maybe dodge some of that rain. Risk of severe thunderstorms will exist Friday from central Illinois to central Kentucky and southern Ohio. We may be in for another round of strong storms right on the heels of the storm that brought a tornado here in southwest Ohio a couple of days ago. National Weather Service did actually get out this past day. Survey indicates that was an EF2 tornado that struck Goshen, Ohio. Several hundred structures were damaged and some destroyed in that tornado. So again, an EF2 according to the National Weather Service. As the second storm tracks towards the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic, Friday night into the first part of Saturday, we may be talking some significant rainfall, areas that could get a thorough soaking, and even some disruptive downpours will reach into the Washington, D.C. area, Baltimore, Philadelphia, as well as New York City. There's a chance the drenching rain expands even further to the north in Pennsylvania, New York, and southern New England for a time to get your weekend started on Saturday. But the storm should keep moving along. Rain should retreat southward and out to sea by Saturday afternoon and into the evening hours. Rainfall will be welcome in parts of the mid-Atlantic. We've got some areas that are abnormally dry. Southern Pennsylvania, parts of Maryland, northern Virginia, southern New Jersey. The drought is more severe further south, though, especially southern Virginia and on into North Carolina. So Carolinas are looking at a pretty good soaking, it appears, as we head into the weekend as well. This is the time of year here. July is really a critical time of year for some of our agriculture interests. The corn, the grapes, a variety of annual crops. They need the rain to fill out and mature to bring a healthy yield during the late summer and into the fall. Looks like dry air will sag southward in the wake of that second storm system Saturday night and Sunday. So that marks the end of the downpours in areas from southern Pennsylvania, southern New Jersey through much of Virginia. Areas south of Virginia, it's probably still going to be kind of unsettled. Showers and thunderstorms probably through the entire weekend and maybe even into early next week. So for some, it's going to be kind of a washout kind of weekend. But yeah, July, typically the hottest month of the year in much of the USA. This heat dome that we've talked about for much of this month so far in the Ohio Valley and the Southeast. Yeah, starting late this week, so in other words, later today, that shift in the heat dome further west over the interior Southwest. Going to be looking at a change in the jet stream, in other words. So what we've seen, a lot of 90s, will be replaced by 80s in the Ohio Valley from Friday through the weekend. Some location in northern portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan may not even get out of the 70s over the weekend. So not only will the days be cooler, but it's going to be overnight lows. Widespread 50s are likely, especially Saturday night. That'll cut down on your cooling cost at least. It'll probably take till the second half of the weekend for that cooler, drier air to begin encroaching on the southeast as high pressure from the north pushes that cold front nearly all the way to the Gulf Coast. That's unusually far south here in the month of July. But the cooler air first, accompanied by showers and thunderstorms that could put a damper on some of your weekend plans. Again, the rain will be much needed in a good chunk of that region. Short-term drought conditions. In the southeast, normal highs would be in the 90s. So temperatures only reaching the low to mid 80s by Sunday. It'll be a beautiful weekend as far as temperatures are concerned if you want a break from the heat. Yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina typically has a high of 91 degrees in the month of July. Yeah, every day so far this month, it's been at least 94 or greater. You actually had a record-tied 102 degrees on July the 6th. Well, by later this weekend, it'll be relatively cool compared to what you've seen with a high of just 81 degrees in Raleigh. Neither the humidity or the overnight temperatures going to get as low in areas further to the north, but it will be a brief break from the summertime heat before the cool down comes to an end. Some of our travelers' weather, all right, as we get things underway on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a great week. Out of the box, hello to Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight drive crew. Philly Dan checks in. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Todd checking in from Oregon, Illinois tonight. 73, a little bit of rain in the mix there. I mentioned some spotty showers there. Not really seeing any of the torrential rain just yet, but hello to Joe, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. It's finally Friday. Let's enjoy the weekend. Hello to Gerald. Let's see. A Tesla runs into a parked Walmart truck. An arrest area in Florida. We've got the story. Yes, indeed we do, Gerald. That's in our industry headlines. Hello to Daniel. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Kevin checking in. Supposed to be a wet start to the weekend here in Troy, Ohio. Yes, sir. There's Jim. Hello from Chattanooga, Tennessee. All right. Bolt is on board. Checking. It's a clear night in Kaiser, West Virginia. 70 outside. Not much to report besides a nasty night and hoping to get home soon. Have a good night, everybody. All right, ready to roll. 64 Geo. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. 66 in Danbury, Connecticut tonight. There's our Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 72 degrees in Belleforge, South Dakota. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the geographical center of these great United States of America. All right. Let's see. Tapeworm in my co-pilot journey, checking in from Cheyenne, Wyoming with 71 degrees. 3 days in the shop, $15,000 later. Glad to be back on the road. Oh boy, that was an expensive fix, huh? 15 grand. Steve, keep us rolling through the night. All right, we'll do our best to do just that. Zorro's on board. Keep it shiny side up, everybody. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve, and all the crew. Just checking in to say hello, and everybody be safe out there. There's Pappy on board. 77 in southwestern Hamilton County. It has been a busy, busy, busy couple of nights. Yeah, I wondered why we hadn't heard from you there, Pappy. I kind of figured as much. All right, everybody be safe out there. Big Art says good morning. Let's see. Thelbert, morning overnight drive. It's Dragon Slayer in Chillicothe, Texas, where we're looking at a 108-degree high for our Friday afternoon. It's been hot in Texas, yes. There's Truck and Troy. Morning, Steve. 78 degrees. Kind of a humid night here in Bryan, Ohio. Have a great day. Thelbert says it's right now 94 degrees. All right, that's there in Texas. 94. It's a little after 11 o'clock there, Central Time, right? 007 checks in from Seymour, Indiana, the TA truck stop tonight. There's Jacqueline. And Dipsy Driver on board. Morning, Steve. And the most informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon to Sylvester. Have you heard anything from the shadow artist lately? No, you come to think of it. Yeah, she hasn't been on board in probably a couple of weeks, has she? Yeah, she was a regular almost on a nightly basis for a while there. Yeah, Dipsy said, I always liked her comments on the chat. Yeah, I hope everything's going okay with her. 66 here, though, with the perfect half moon in mid-Michigan. Chevy Guy, Lumber City and South Georgia bound. Cheap freight in a gas hog. Yeah, driver's only one making money. Copy in the mail. Top of the morning, there's Santa Claus back with us. Still in Nicaragua, 88 degrees, a humid evening in Grenada, Nicaragua. Tomorrow, we head south to San Juan del Sur, hanging out with a bunch of fellow expatriates. All right, have a good time. Hope you're enjoying your time there. Santa Claus, good to have you with us. And there's Rockpick on board. Happy Friday, Steve, truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. 62 degrees, partly cloudy in Rochester, New York. Just finished up a homemade bean double-decker sandwich. Bean double-decker? Okay. And I'm going to head over to Alexa and listen and stay safe and enjoy. All right. Friday. Some interesting industry headlines to throw your way. Boy, some drivers find themselves stranded out there this week. With the company kind of shuttering the doors, it's kind of a deja vu of several years ago. Company shuts down, you say, hey, our cards aren't working, what's going on? Oh, we're out of business? Who was that? We'll break it down coming up. It's 844-844-3388 as we get set for the weekend here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, obviously this one will top our industry headlines this Friday morning. Employees at Williston, Vermont-based Land Air, an LTL carrier that serviced the Northeast and parts of Canada, say they were blindsided when they were unable to log into their computers Tuesday morning this week. And drivers were notified the company's going to no longer be making pickups. The 54-year-old trucking company, Northeast Freightways, doing business as Land Air, had 135 drivers, 148 power units, according to the FMCSA's Safer website. Now, the company, which was originally called Allied Air Freight, founded by Fred Spencer in 1968. According to Land Air's website, the hazmat hauler had 450 employees at its 11 service centers in the U.S., as well as 2 service centers in Ottawa and Toronto, Canada. Now, here, just a little over a month ago, the company announced it was expanding its LTL service offerings to include New Jersey, Long Island, and New York City. Land Air posted this message via social media one day before reportedly closing its doors, which read, Land Air is not associated with Greenville, Tennessee-based Land Air Holdings, including Land Air Transport and Land Air Logistics, which was acquired by Covenant Transportation in July of 2018. Now, at press time of this story from FreightWaves, they said the company had yet to issue a formal statement, but a former Land Air employee who spoke to FreightWaves confirmed the news that the company had indeed shuttered operations. Another source familiar with the situation said the company had laid off its entire sales force and client services, those employees on Tuesday. Not sure how many employees that was. But as of, again, publication of the FreightWave story, William Kersey III, the chief executive officer of Land Air, did not respond to FreightWave's request seeking comment. The company was controlled by private equity firm Corbel Capital Partners, headquartered in Los Angeles. Brian Yoon, principal of Corbel Capital Partners, did not return FreightWave's request seeking comment. The Northeast-based carrier, formerly known as Land Air Express, was forced to briefly shut down in December of 2015 after the LTL carrier failed to submit an acceptable corrective action plan to the FMCSA after receiving an unsatisfactory safety rating following an audit a couple of months earlier. So early January 2016, the company reopening after announcing a joint partnership with New Hampshire-based Northeast Freightways and submitting the safety management plan. So the big question, what happened? Curtis Garrett, Chief Strategy Officer of Reconex, headquartered in Colorado, said sources told him earlier this week that Land Air's private equity firm simply made the decision to shutter the LTL carrier. Garrett, who works with LTL carriers, shippers, and strategic partners, said he was surprised by the decision to close one of the largest LTL carriers serving the Northeast. However, he said he understands that private equity-owned companies are concerned about the transportation market and the economy, and they want a return on their investment at some point. You know, it's all about the money. It's unclear if the company was actively seeking a buyer. Garrett said the company would have been snapped up a year ago when the freight market was booming, but that opportunity, that window of opportunity was missed. I mean, it's very expensive, he says, to operate a trucking company in the Northeast. And with the rising costs, labor, workers, drivers, the high cost of living in that part of the country, and the uncertainty of the freight market being what it is a difficult time. Now, according to the Vermont JobLink database, Land Air had not filed a WARN Act notice with the state prior to their sudden closure. Yeah, the WARN Act, that requires employers that are going to be closing or conducting a mass layoff of 50 or more employees have to give a 45-day notice prior to the effective date of a closing or a layoff. We've seen these situations before. Like I said, it's almost a deja vu kind of thing. So yeah, there could be repercussions for their not filing the WARN Act. I know in the past, companies that are actively seeking a buyer sometimes have a little protection from having to file that because releasing that information might impact the potential sale. So that's the kind of stuff they're going to be sorting out in the coming days. But that's what I have at this point. Now, there was another acquisition taking place. Just got the word on that this past day as well. So we'll share that with you coming up here. No Handle Dave forwarded that story to me. And that's all just ahead. Meanwhile, around the country, what's on your mind as we head into a Friday? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
We are learning more about the 21-year-old suspect in the Highland Park 4th of July parade shooting who showed no emotions during his virtual court appearance. Highland Park Police Department Chief Lou Jogman.
There was quite a bit of pre-planning that went into it, and he was quite motivated to carry out the attack. He indiscriminately fired at the crowd of people and, struck people at random.
Investigators say Robert Cremo III took aim and fired 83 rounds at spectators from a rooftop, stopping to reload his rifle. Then he made a run for it in women's clothing, leaving his gun behind. After an 8-hour manhunt, Cremo was captured and confessed. He's being held without bond, and more charges are expected to be filed against him in the coming weeks. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got the email from No Handle Dave. Appreciate that. Steve, not sure if you've seen this, which that's another FreightWave story. Also, last night you were talking about the hazmat restrictions somewhere through town for the world again. That's Birmingham. That started yesterday, Birmingham, Alabama. You got to go around for the next 10 days, now through the 17th. He said, I understand why they're doing this, but my thing about all these hoops they make us jump through, it's a joke. For example, with this restriction, the only people it affects will be the honest, law-abiding drivers. If someone is set on doing harm with a hazmat load, they're not going to worry about getting a hazmat endorsement, first of all, or putting placards on the vehicle for the police to stop them for not taking the detour. Also, can anyone explain to me why we have to get our fingerprints redone every time we redo our endorsement? It's all a money grab, the way I see it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my fingerprints do not change, do they? No, last I checked. It's kind of funny how these laws resemble our gun laws. The criminals are not going to follow the law to begin with. You know, you're 100% correct, right? If someone's intending to do something sinister during the World Games there over the next 10 days, it's not going to be a law-abiding citizen. They're not going to have placards on the truck. It's Let's see. Not sure what was going on with the podcast, the first of the week, but they were there today. My day's been much better today, other than having to start a little late because of getting my 10 hours off. All right. Let's go, Brandon, from No Handle Dave, but the freight wave story, which I had not seen that. Thank you very much. Less than truckload carrier Pitt, Ohio, announcing Wednesday it has expanded its service to New York via the acquisition of the assets from Teals Express. Yeah, this is another deal in which Pitt, Ohio has expanded its offering through a deal with a partner carrier. Financial terms not disclosed. The change is effective August 14th, it says. But Watertown, New York-based Teals Express operates 11 terminals throughout the Northeast, predominantly in central and upstate New York, providing regional service in the Northeast and Canada. The 96-year-old carrier has been partnering with Pitt, Ohio since 2016 to provide service in and out of New York State. Under the deal, Pitt, Ohio will integrate the terminals and equipment of Teals Express into existing operations. Teals Express will cease operation August 13. The following day, Pitt, Ohio will begin to provide direct LTL service to and from New York. Service between New England and New York State will continue to be provided by Pitt, Ohio's sister company, Ross Express. Prior to the deal, Pittsburgh-based Pitt, Ohio operated 21 facilities in the Mid-Atlantic and the Midwest. The privately held regional LTL carrier also provides national coverage through partners. It is linked similar deals, or inked, I should say, similar deals with LTL sister companies, Dorn Transfer, U.S. Special Delivery, and Ross Express. Trucking companies have used M&A to add drivers, tractors, and terminals throughout the pandemic, as each proved difficult to procure once the volumes ballooned. Now, Pitt, Ohio recently commented that it would look to solve for a lack of capacity via acquisitions. Pitt, Ohio is a top 15 LTL carrier, generated $780 million in revenue in 2021, according to SJ Consulting. The carrier has more than 3,000 employees and also offers a suite of supply chain services, as well as ground and truckload transportation. So I guess big news in the whole merger acquisition category, or shuttering operations, with the previous story. Well, get ready. Here comes our next enforcement blitz. Are you set? Operation Safe Driver Week comes up next week, Sunday through Saturday. That's starting this Sunday, July the 10th through July the 16th. The program coordinated by the Commercial Motor Safety Alliance. So law enforcement in Canada, Mexico, the U.S., all taking part, on the lookout for commercial motor vehicle drivers and passenger vehicle drivers engaging in risky driving. Identified unsafe drivers will be pulled over and issued a citation or warning, obviously. Speeding is the announced focus of this year's Operation Safe Driver Week. Pay attention to your speed. The CVSA cited data released in March from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration showing 38,824 lives were lost in traffic crashes nationwide in 2020. Highest number of fatalities since 2007. Now, speed-related fatalities were up 17%. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Landline reported on that data that showed an increase in traffic fatalities for passenger vehicles as well as large truck operators. Fatal crashes involving at least one truck were up 13%. Big numbers. Now, last year during Operation Safe Driver, 28,000 plus commercial motor vehicles and 17,000, nearly 18,000 passenger vehicles were pulled over during that week. 16,863 tickets written, 10,486 warnings issued. Speeding, though, indeed was the most common offense. According to the data released last fall, this enforcement blitz, sponsored by the CVSA in partnership with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, with support from the Motor Carrier Industry and Transportation Safety Organization. So another big blitz. Boy, every time you turn around, another commercial vehicle blitz. All right, plenty of room for you. Where's everybody at? It's Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Mega person just checking in from Indiana. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday. Rolling on my normal run. 2 more nights left on my 6-day work week after tonight. Kind of a hazy, lazy 73 degrees tonight near Louisville. All right. John Ferguson. Morning, Steve. And the overnighters. The GM parts train starts back up tomorrow. My mini-me is running the show this week. It's not often my boy gets to go. So stay safe. Everybody have a good weekend. And Eskimo Mom here just a few minutes ago said, heads up, anyone delivering west of my home 20 near Fort Laramie, Ohio. Day number 1 of the country concert just wrapped up not long ago. Trying to recall, that's the big multi-day outdoor country festival, right? A lot of folks attend that, so all right, watch out for additional traffic out there. Let's see, Dipsy Driver, there you go. Hello, Eskimo Mom. We really need all the drivers out there. Thank you so much for what you do, and all the drivers for what you're doing for all of us. It's often overlooked by many. All right. It's a 3-day music festival, and she said traffic can be crazy around there pretty much all this weekend. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday night kind of thing. Country concert. About 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Is that the CNI dog, I believe?
Yeah, Steve, thanks for taking my call. I was just curious about some severe weather in northwest Missouri and southwest Iowa tonight. Could you shed a little light on that? Are there any tornado warnings over there? It's supposed to develop after midnight. When I looked at it on my app on my phone, I put the weather into motion, and it got real red in that area.
No tornado warnings. There are some severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, kind of pushing out of Kansas into Missouri, looking at a handful of counties. Right now they're saying 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail. So if you're on I-29 between the 35 and 66-mile marker, I-229 between the state line and 14-mile marker, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't see any active tornado watches on the map for that region, though.
Well, thank you for that. Thanks for being there, Steve, and thanks for taking my call.
There you go. That's kind of pushing out of northeast Kansas into northwest Missouri. Yep, and zooming in on the radar here. Yeah, batten down the hatches, right? Some torrential rains. There's an initial line right there, again, moving out of the corner of northeast Kansas into northwest Missouri. Just a little further to the west, a secondary line. It's just to the east of Lincoln, Nebraska, stretching down into the north central, moving into northeastern Kansas as well. May get a couple rounds of strong storms. They're actually kind of moving off to the east, southeast. So they're going to be sagging southeastward. out of Nebraska. Again, that's all going to be moving into Missouri as well. There's your heads up. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else in the mix here? Yeah, Dipsy Driver sent me an email earlier in the day, this past afternoon. He said, thanks for mentioning our 24th wedding anniversary on your show. Then he kind of shares, kind of interesting how Mary and I met. 4th of July, 1996. I was actually dating a girl who lived about an hour from me. Met at a singles dance where I opened the door for her and two of her friends. We kept going to the dances every Saturday night. We'd meet up at the Wooden Nickel restaurant in Dansville, Michigan during the week, and then go see a band in maybe Jackson or Lansing, Michigan. But on that particular morning, I called and asked her if she wanted to go see some fireworks that evening. She said she was going to her uncle's house and celebrating. Well, I asked, I said, well, can I tag along? She said, well, it's supposed to be family only. And I said, well, I'll call you tomorrow. So I went to my friends who used to live across the street from me. They moved out a couple miles south of me. Yeah, they were getting ready to have a barbecue and see the fireworks in Gregory, Michigan. Well, while I was there, Mary called Jody, who she thought within the migrant program here in Stockbridge, Michigan. Yeah, asked what they're doing that evening, and she told her about me. They were going to the fireworks in Gregory, Michigan. After about 2 hours, Mary got a little curious, wanted to meet me. I was with another friend who was a kind of a rough-looking guy. Anyway, when we met up, Ricky ran up and grabbed her and started to swing her around, saying, "Hey there, I'm John." At the same time, Mary was giving Jody the death stare. Jody said, "This is John over here." While Brian and I were cracking up, ultimately got married on 4th of July, 1998, 2 years later. Best thing I ever did. She is amazing. And thank you, Steve, for the information and the entertainment you provide for the listeners every night. There you go. So hooking up on the 4th of July, just celebrated that 24th anniversary back on Monday of this week. So again, congratulations. And back to the phones here. Who we got on the line? Is that Steve?
Steve, what's up, brother?
Wow, man, long time no talk. How you been?
I've been pretty good, brother. Yeah, last time I talked to you, it was at the truck show.
Yes.
About 4 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I transferred down to Jacksonville. So my wife and I, right around Memorial Day, we just bought a new house down on Florida-Georgia line down by St. Mary's, Georgia. So hanging out down there now, Steve.
So you didn't spend long there in Tennessee, did you?
No, I was in Nashville for a year, and I just couldn't. I mean, when they talk about Crashville, they ain't kidding.
Really?
Yeah, it's just brutal up there. It's just so darn crowded. It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, we're living in a nice, quiet town right next to the. I don't know if you know where Kings Bay Sub Base is there on the Atlantic. We're about 10 miles from that sub base, and it's a military town, kind of a small town, and not that crowded. And the drive to Jacksonville is about 20 minutes south, so not that bad at all.
How about that?
So yeah, I'm just right now covering vacations, injuries, stuff like that. And like tonight, I ran down to Orlando and heading up to Savannah. So I'm about 10 minutes from my stop here, and I heard you say you didn't have any callers, so I figured, man, I gotta call Steve and
yeah, got to check in. Absolutely, yeah. So you're not up late at night much. You're doing daytime thing.
Yeah, well, most of the runs down here in the south are during the daytime, but this run I'm covering for this week mainly nights. So yeah, I'm running nights, 2 more nights, and I don't know what I'll be doing next week.
Gotcha.
I've been keeping in touch with some of the guys, texting Taffy, and I've talked to Philip a couple of times and texted Hillbilly Tex. So keeping in touch with those guys. But Steve, I just wanted to touch on one thing about that shooting up there in my old home state of Illinois. Did you see that email I just sent you about that school teacher that's they're talking about dismissing her?
I'm looking at the headline. Teacher suspended after discussion on standing for flag offends students.
Yes, sir. I read that this morning, and this is what's going on in this country, Steve, in these schools. She's basically teaching a history class. These kids are 12 and 13 years old.
Yeah.
And every morning she has the kids, stand up, say the Pledge of Allegiance. They play the national anthem in the classroom. And I guess 25, 30% of the kids are not standing, not sitting, not standing, not saying the Pledge of Allegiance. And the teacher really has no right to make them do it because of their, obviously, First Amendment rights. But what got me about the article, Steve, is this is how parents are raising their kids nowadays. You remember going to school in the 60s and 70s, how we stood up, said the Pledge of Allegiance. We took pride in our country.
Absolutely.
And none of that's going on anymore in the classroom. The Bible's not being taught anymore. There's no talk about God. You can't pray. Look at that case in the Supreme Court with that football coach, praying on the football field. And thank God he won that, which, you kind of figured he would. Freedom of religion. But I think this is the problem, Steve. We talk about it all the time. It's not the guns. It's the generation of kids that we're bringing up, and especially these kids that are 18 to 25 years old, and it's just going to get worse. I mean, think about it. These kids are 12, and their parents are obviously teaching them, don't respect the flag, don't respect your teacher, do whatever you want, take no pride in your country. Well, if they don't like it here, they should get the hell out.
Wow.
You know, because a lot of those students that she was teaching, some of them have different religions and they've come from different countries. Well, if they don't want to respect the flag and respect their nation and be thankful that they're living in a great nation, and it's still the greatest nation on earth, they should get the hell out. You know, but that story was it kind of made me think about that shooter. You know, he obviously had some mental issues, and you know, the way he was raised by his parents. You know, there were stories about his mother and not picking him up from school and stuff like that. And I think that's where this all starts, Steve. It's in the household. People aren't eating dinner at the table anymore as a family. You know, not going to church, not having any faith or any pride in anything.
Yep.
They let their kids sit in a room in front of a computer, and this is what you get. So, but yeah, it was a pretty good story. I thought you might be interested in that.
Very, yeah. I'm kind of scrolling. It's rather lengthy as far as trying to share it on the air, but it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, it is. So my daughter-in-law is a school teacher. I sent her that article, and I ask her all the time, you know, what's going on with my granddaughter's schooling and this and that. And, it's just insane out there, Steve. And one more thing? Did you hear the story about you know how Biden was releasing all the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? You know, to bring the gas prices down.
Some of that going to China. How about that?
Yeah, he sold 1 million barrels of oil to the Communist Chinese war machine. Isn't that something? But Trump's the one being investigated.
Right.
You just can't make this stuff up. Every day it just gets more insane. But Steve, it was good talking to you, and I'll be listening in tonight and tomorrow night. So you take care, brother.
Hey, it's great to hear your voice. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, and congratulations on the move. Enjoy your new location there, the Sunshine State. How about that? All right, we close out hour number one. And, yeah, plenty of room for you on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
We are learning more about the 21-year-old suspect in the Highland Park 4th of July parade shooting who showed no emotions during his virtual court appearance. Highland Park Police Department Chief Lou Jogman.
There was quite a bit of pre-planning that went into it, and he was quite motivated to carry out the attack. He indiscriminately fired at the crowd of people and, you know, struck people at random.
Investigators say Robert Cremo III took aim and fired 83 rounds at spectators from a rooftop, stopping to reload his rifle. Then he made a run for it in women's clothing, leaving his gun behind. After an 8-hour manhunt, Cremo was captured and confessed. He's being held without bond, and more charges are expected to be filed against him in the coming weeks. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Food and Drug Administration has advised the emergency use authorization for Paxlovid, allowing for authorized state licensed pharmacists to prescribe the Pfizer antiviral medication to eligible patients. Paxlovid is authorized for the treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19 infections in adult and pediatric patients with positive results who are at risk for progression to severe COVID-19, including hospitalizations or death. It has been cleared for use and available for free in the U.S. since December. More information about Operation North Star is being issued.
Members of the U.S. Marshal Service and other members of law enforcement are sharing more information about a June initiative titled Operation North Star. LaDron Reynolds says the operation was concentrated on fugitives who committed violent offenses such as homicide, sexual assault, and robbery.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
WNBA star Brittany Griner has pleaded guilty during her trial in Russia. She entered her plea today while saying she, quote, didn't want to break the law, end quote. The Phoenix Mercury star stood accused of having under a gram of cannabis oil in her luggage when she was arrested at the airport in Moscow back in February. Griner added she wanted to talk more about what happened. Another hearing is set for next Thursday. Hurricane experts at Colorado State University are holding firm in their updated Atlantic hurricane season forecast. They're predicting 20 named storms this season. Since Tropical Storm Colin formed last week, that means there are 17 more before things wind down in the fall. They believe we'll have 10 hurricanes and 5 major Category 3s or greater. They're setting the probability of the East Coast, including Florida and the Gulf Coast, being hit by at least one major hurricane at about 50% each. They point to La Nina continuing through the remainder of the season and sea surface temperatures across most of the tropical Atlantic being above normal. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Sharp-looking rides invade the flatland. The modified puller whose mastered racetracks will be Wild West bound and down. All this as championship pulling returns to southwestern Kansas. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Attention Great Plains pulling fans, the NTPA is coming your way. This Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th, it's the second annual Wild West Grand Nationals at Dodge City Raceway Park in Dodge City, Kansas. Building on the spectacular success of last year's inaugural event, the Wild West Grand Nationals has expanded to 2 competition tracks and 6 Grand National classes, light superstock and superstock diesel tractors, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. All 6 divisions will appear both nights beginning at 7 p.m. Visit ntpapull.com for event details and check out DodgeCityRacewayPark.com for tickets and facility information. Be sure to come early and tour the open pits and talk to the drivers, all of whom will have traveled hundreds of miles to thrill this enthusiastic Western pulling audience. NTPA Championship pulling merchandise, including hats and shirts, will be available for sale on the grounds. Entering as the point leaders in each of the Dodge City divisions are Marcus Wedelson of Postville, Iowa, and his Gunpowder and Lead Case IH Light Superstock. Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, and his Bone Twister International Superstock Diesel. Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, and his Kathy's Complete Model T two-wheel drive. Jake Zering of Fillmore, Indiana, and his Rule Number 19 Dodge four-wheel drive. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, and his Iron Toy Modified Mini. And Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, and his Moneymaker 4-engine Modified. It's no surprise to see Brett Berg atop the modified points chart. Berg has won 2 straight and fully half of the last 10 championships to become the first competitor to win 5 mod titles at 7,500 pounds. But prior to that historic streak, if you'd have asked a devoted pulling fan about Brett, they would have recited his accomplishments alongside his Hall of Fame father Bill in the Superstock Tractor division. Their multi-charger Not Enough and Never Enough Internationals were terrors on the circuit throughout the 1980s, a run that culminated in the 1987 7,500-pound Superstock Championship for Bill's tractor, with Brett making a full pull at the season clincher in Lincoln, Nebraska. Brett still holds the record for the youngest winner ever at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, when he was 2 weeks shy of 16 years old in 1978. Since then, Brett has maintained Double B Farms, raising corn and soybeans alongside his pulling fabrication business. He also operates American Transfer Company, a Farmington-based local trucking firm offering end-dump, dump truck, hopper, flats, and van freight services, and an on-site repair shop. Always heralded as a master track reader who adjusts his equipment and driving style to conditions, Brett and his Rink Seed-sponsored Ford Sassy Racing Hemi Moneymaker have dominated the often tricky racetrack venues at which the NTPA has made several appearances over the last few seasons. A 2-hook sweep at Hagerstown, Maryland in 2019, another at Sauk Rapids, Minnesota in 2021, and last year's twofer in Dodge City that reached nearly 700 total feet of distance and has him looking forward to the 750-mile return trip to the land of Marshall Dillon and Miss Kitty. As the GN circuit picks up and moves west to Dodge City this Friday and Saturday, regional action continues this week in Marion, Ohio on Thursday, July 7th, Eagle Grove, Iowa, and Lancaster, Wisconsin on Friday, July 8th, and Arcola, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th. NTPAPULL.com for info, and Dodge City Raceway Park for tickets to the Wild West Grand Nationals. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much, John Dunlap. NTPA update. I get hour number 2 off and rolling here. Eskimo Mom forwarded the details of the big concert, which is underway, Fort Laramie, Ohio. The big concert is back for its 41st year. This is. But if you don't have a ticket, you're out of luck. Oh boy. Sellout? All right. This report was, I guess, day before yesterday, where the venue was quiet, but every single ticket for the next 3 days is sold out. Thursday night, wrapped up here a bit ago. Last year, Country Concert had record crowds Thursday and Friday. Saturday nearly matched the record crowd from 2014. All right, so I guess big headliners: Carrie Underwood, Brooks and Dunn, Morgan Whalen. Raucous crowds expected. So, all right, thanks for the heads up there, Eskimo Mom. Meanwhile, back to your calls this Friday morning. Let me get to Dogbone. Thanks for hanging in there, Dogbone. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. You said at the beginning of the show about a Tesla running into the back of a big truck in Florida at a rest area?
Yes.
Apparently there's something that happened similar to that this morning or yesterday morning in South Carolina, around Chester, South Carolina. My buddy was heading north about, 4 o'clock in the morning, and he said he saw that happen, the aftermath effect of it in South Carolina. And then before he got to that wreck, at the 31 going south on 77, he said he saw something burning up. He didn't know what it was. And I think WISTV.com is a local news station in Columbia. They had a report that a hazmat driver and another truck got together with a four-wheeler, and I guess the hazmat driver died at the scene. And they weren't sure what he was hauling at first. I'm not sure why. If the truck burned up and they couldn't find the paperwork or whatever. but they had a shelter in place, and they finally removed that, cleared that up. And then later on today, my wife told me that at someplace on I-20, I think between the 51 and 54 mile marker around the Columbia area, they had a gas leak of some sort, and they shut down I-20. So it's been an eventful yesterday in South Carolina.
Well, how about that? I have the Florida incident. I don't. I'll have to see if I can find your South Carolina incident.
Yeah, I was really curious about that hazmat load because when I found out about it, I called our terminal and I called the terminal I used to work for. Everybody was accounted for, and all the other people were good, but because the news didn't say what group it was that crashed. But my wife was sure that the hazmat driver died at the scene.
Wow. Okay, I'll see if I can dig up more.
All right, man. I appreciate you. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, thank you for chiming in. Appreciate the tip there, and be safe out there. The Florida incident was the Highway Patrol confirming 2 people lost their lives in a crash at a rest area Wednesday afternoon near Gainesville, Florida. According to the Highway Patrol, a 66-year-old female driver was behind the wheel of a 2015 Tesla traveling southbound on I-75 at the 382 when, for unknown reasons, the Tesla left the interstate and crashed into the trailer of a truck parked at the Paynes Prairie rest area. Both the Tesla driver and a 67-year-old male passenger dead at the scene. The Tesla occupants were actually California residents. According to the patrol, the truck driver, a 58-year-old Florida resident, was not injured. So a lot of, we're going to talk about this, the autopilot thing. That's obviously what they're going to be looking into. Was that vehicle on the driver assist mode? All right. It is 844-3388. What do you say, Moose?
Hey, not much, buddy. What are you into?
I'm trying to get our Friday underway here.
Boy, I know that's right. Boy, I tell you what, this week it just kind of flew by, but yeah, it's hard to believe Friday already. Had Tex up here visiting all week. Had a good visit. We got a lot done, and I just kind of sitting around. I said, I better call Steve, let him know I'm still above ground.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, so is Tex still there, or did he head back to Tennessee?
No, I'm going to pull out in the morning. We're going to wait till about daylight, and we're going to hit the old awful waffle, and he's going to be southbound and down.
There you go.
So, now, just a couple of things there I wanted to comment on. First of all, these autopilot cars, you got to see it. I'm going to tell you something. I can about see the usefulness, if it comes to parallel parking or something. But I'm going to tell you something. I ain't going to bet my life to no daggum computer program flying down a dang freeway at 70 mile an hour plus. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And, here's the problem. And you get these people, I take this right back to like 4-wheel drive. Most of the accidents in this area in the wintertime are people with 4-wheel drive vehicles because they think, I got 4-wheel drive, they rip their shirt open, there's an S on their chest, and they think they're Superman,
Mm-hmm.
I got 4-wheel drive, I can drive like it's 70 degrees outside. Well, they're upside down, the ditch on fire, and the wheel's still spinning, And the same way with this Tesla thing. People are, well, it's on autopilot. I'll just sit here and text the old lady or something, and they're just not paying attention. They're thinking that the machine is going to do it for them, and that's what happens, And it's just crazy. I just, you take the guy, like going back to the 4-wheel drive thing. You take the guy, the little 2-wheel drive, fighting to stay on the road. He's on it, he's pinching needles and he's paying attention to everything. And then you got, got some guy in a big old jacked up 4-wheel drive, and he's sitting there playing on his cell phone, playing with the radio, and the weather's just as bad for him as it is for the other guy. They just get overconfident in the equipment, and it gets them in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And that lithium, boy, I tell you what, I watched a video the other day on YouTube. This guy, he took one of them AA lithium batteries, and he skinned the coating off of it and got the lithium foil out of it, and just enough of that lithium in a little old AA battery. He dropped that thing in a 5-gallon bucket of water, and it blew that bucket to smithereens.
Wow.
I mean, it's pretty volatile stuff, and I don't know how much of that crap is packed underneath one of them cars, but I'm gonna tell you, when it gets to having a chain reaction, I mean, it's a big mess, And but I don't know. What do you think about our idiot in chief there getting up there telling everybody now that there's no guarantees in our democracy? Have you heard him? I've been hearing him say that now.
Yep.
They've been playing it over. There's no guarantees in our democracy. There's no guarantee. We've got to fight for our democracy. There's no guarantee. Boy, I tell you what, that ought to scare the pants off of everybody who is a free-thinking, red-blooded American. The fact that moron is standing up there saying that even the fundamental rights of this country, the Constitution of this country, there's nothing guaranteed in this country. They're up to something, buddy. I'm telling you, that guy, he's getting ready to make a power play, but they're pushing this narrative about these no guarantees. So 90% of the waterheads that are listening to that fool is going to say, well, when it happens, whatever it is, when it happens, they're going to say, well, he warned us there was no guarantees in this country. I guess he was right,
Mm-hmm.
It's, first of all, I've been saying the Pledge of Allegiance for many a day. And I have always said to the republic for which it stands, not the democracy of which it's going to fail, And, these people are pushing this no guarantees narrative now. And I tell you what, you might as well just start flashing the lights and waving the warning flags, because they're up to something. When they start pushing this no guarantees narrative, you guarantee you there are going to be a couple of your rights that's going to go right out the window right after they get this, they're pushing this thing awful hard. I mean, they're cooking something up, and these idiots, the good thing about a Democrat, and I've been around a lot of them, they'll tell you what they're going to do before they do it. They just have their own way of telling you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
They try to build this narrative around. They've already got it planned what they're going to do, but they try to build this narrative around it. So by the time that it happens, you're convinced that the reason it happened is for some other reason, And that's what they're doing now. There's no guarantees in our democracy, Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm just about sick of it. And there's going to be a lot of people probably ain't going to like what I'm about to say, but I don't care. You got these perverts out here wanting to change the sex of a child. I just read a big article on that here the other day, where there's actually doctors performing sex change operations on 3, 4, and 5-year-old children. You got these people out there that are these anti-lifers, or whatever you want to call them, saying abortion is health care, abortion is health care. We had a little demonstration here in this little town that I live in. There's a bunch of them weirdos standing up there on the courthouse square hanging these big old signs up saying abortion is health care and all this crap, Well, first of all, going by the bunch that I seen up there protesting, number one, most of them wouldn't have to worry about abortions, because I'm going to tell you something. A blind man hopped up on Viagra couldn't keep it up long enough to copulate with one of them idiots. They got the perfect prophylactic. It's called their face, and you got all these tattooed up clown clubbers up here wanting to raise hell about abortion is health care, and they're the same bunch that'll run down here and say you shouldn't have your animal, your pet, spayed or neutered because an animal don't have the right to choose whether it wants to be spayed or neutered or not. Now, how much sense does that make? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, none whatsoever.
I am so sick of this BS. I mean, it is absolutely making my blood boil. But you know what, Steve? We have got 5 generations of patty cake, placated, silver spoon in their mouth, undisciplined brats. And that's what it boils down to. That have never been told no, never had a belt took to their backside when they need it, never had to been disciplined on nothing. Everything that they've ever done wrong has been justified either by their parents or their friends or whatever. So as far as they're concerned, they don't do no wrong. It doesn't matter what you say or do, because even if there is a quote unquote punishment for it, nobody acts on that punishment, so we can get away with anything. So we'll just do anything we want to, and that's what it boils down to. But I'm gonna tell you what is going on with the mindset, the morality, the depatronization, the effemination, demasculinization that's happening in this country is just like a gangrenous limb. And it's going to have to be cut off or it's going to kill the whole body. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And, there's a lot of people, you look back, to Civil War times, and back in the old days, if somebody got a wound, it wasn't able to be treated, gangrene set in. So you go up as high as you can to the nearest joint, you lop that sucker off because it's better to lose a leg than to kill the whole body. And I'm telling you, that's exactly the rot is setting into the population of this country. And it's gonna have to get a handle on it, because if we're not careful, we're gonna let this small segment of society, which I'm not too sure anymore that it's all that small. I think it's a lot bigger now than it ever has been. But if we don't cut this segment of society off of the body of this country, it's going to kill the whole body of the country. And we've got these illegals coming in here by the droves. Nobody's doing nothing about it. You got a president up there in bed with communist China. His boy has been in bed with communist China. He's selling oil to communist China, funding a communist war machine. Nobody doing nothing about that, and people are out there voting for this idiot. Now, granted, I know that, anybody that can vote for that man needs their head examined. I'm telling you, because the guy is crooked. He's always been crooked. He talks out both sides of his mouth. He's always talked out both sides of his mouth. On every issue that's come up, you can find news footage of him 4, 5, 10, 12, 20 years ago where he's saying the exact opposite thing. They've never found one thing that man has been consistent on. This abortion issue, well, you go back 20 years ago, he's saying the exact opposite thing, He's a typical crooked politician, and we're going down the tubes, man. I'm telling you, we're not making that last lap around the bowl. We're already in the pipe, Steve. We're headed for the main line. I'm telling you. Everybody's heard me say we're making the last lap around the bowl. I got news for you, people. We're plumb out of the bowl. We're past the trap. We're in the chute, heading for the main line. And we're going there like a snowball headed for hell. And it ain't going to get no better until, like I said, we got to get a handle on it. And we're not going to be able to get a handle on it by this passiveness that the Republican Party has seemed to have embraced over the last 40 years. Them Democrats are up there beating the streets and raising Cain. We need the exact number of people doing the same thing. We're going to have to get on their level. You cannot smoke out the cockroaches without getting down to their level. That's what you got to do. We're above that. We're above that. I got news for you. when you're all floating around in the sewer, ain't nobody above nothing. And it comes down to you've got to be making just as much or more noise than the guy that you're, talking against. And they're not doing that. They have, there's been a few of them out there that's tried to stand up, and they won't get none behind them. Then you get them blowhards like Trey Gowdy. We seen what he was made of, and I tell you what, that was the biggest disappointment that I've had in a politician, because I really liked him. But he wasn't nothing but a blowhard and a sellout. You got that Lindsey Graham down there, and that man ain't nothing short of a snake, And you got these people that rattle a cage a little bit, and they're just as bad as the ones that's in the cage, And it's not going to get no better. And people think that, we'll just sit idly by and we'll do this, we'll do. Well, we got the power of the vote. Well, yeah, you got the power of the vote, all right. And that's the same as having nothing. You seen what happened last time. Everybody's ahead at 9 o'clock. The polls close. Then the trucks show up with these mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, all this write-in crap where they've been out there in the cemeteries and the old folks' home collecting names, putting them on there, It's not who votes, Steve. It's who counts the votes. We saw that. There'll never be another. I tell you what, there will never be another fair election in this country because we let it slip one time. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's exactly what they're going to do. There's something else that they've been pushing, this narrative they've been pushing on this radio here lately. You hear them talking about the next pandemic?
Yes.
When the next pandemic happens. When it happens, not if. When. They're already gearing up. And they've already figured out that people ain't buying into this COVID crap like they used to. Ain't nobody wearing their face panties no more. They've got about, they've got a large majority of people buying into this vaccine crap, And, so I'm just kind of curious to see what they're going to cook up next. But it is coming because they said when it happens, not if, but when. And remember, according to the Democrats, there's no guarantees, There's no guarantees in our democracy. There's nothing guaranteed. And when the next pandemic happens, it's coming, buddy. And I'm going to tell you what, the only thing I can do is just sit back and watch it happen because, quite frankly, I don't give a damn no more, Steve. I'm sitting up here, me and the dog sitting here watching this cartoon at 1:30 in the morning. I'm basically just sitting here waiting for the dirt to hit me in the face, so I don't really give a damn. So it's going to be kind of entertaining to me. But I tell you what, there's a lot of children, there's a lot of young people in this country that is going to face a hellacious damnation like has never befallen this land before, and they're not going to be prepared to handle it. They don't know how to, it's going to be something that the old-timers would know how to handle, but they're all, either dead or almost dead. But what's coming is going to make the stock market crash in 1929 look like a weekend at spring break because it's going to get bad. And they're telling us it's coming. You listen to what they're saying. They're telling us it's coming. It's coming. So let's wait and see. But, hey, I see it's 1:30. You got to get to the bottom of the hour. I'm going to go in here and freebase a lisinopril and try to get a couple hours sleep before I see Tex off in the morning. And y'all keep a Twitch spotted in the solid. And I'm 1042 sometime somewhere. Come on.
All right, Moose. Hey, good to hear from you. I know the audio was a little distorted. I don't know why. It's just certain calls. I noticed there's a handful out there, but the audio is just horrible. But you go from one call, the next may be perfectly fine. I don't get it. I could be talking to Moose on the cell phone, and it doesn't sound like that. It's got to have something to do with the whole equipment. But Danny said, "Big Moose for president." Yeah, and as far as the next pandemic, Joe Biden actually came right out and said that. About 2 weeks ago, when they asked, the question came up there, when they authorized the shots for the little kids, 5 years old and younger. The question was, all right, how many shots do we have available? When are obviously, we're going to need more money for more shots. And Joe said, well, it's not just money for more shots. There's another pandemic coming. Well, we need more money for the next pandemic. I mean, that flat out. Not like there might be, or it's coming. That's exactly what he said. But he's right. I got to get my news break here, and we'll get back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
With Russia's military action in Ukraine in its 5th month, Russian President Vladimir Putin warned Kiev that it should quickly accept Moscow's terms or brace for the worst, adding that Russia has barely started its action. Speaking at a meeting with leaders, Putin accused Western allies of fueling the hostilities, charging that the, quote, West wants to fight us until the last Ukrainian, end quote. A pipeline has exploded in Fort Bend County, Texas. The Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in Fort Bend County shared photos of the scene on their Twitter account, writing that the explosion occurred in an area that is isolated in a field and all of the area surrounding is restricted. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I heard on the news break there she mentioned a pipeline explosion in Texas, so I did a quick search. I hadn't seen that headline yet either. Fire's out. And let's see, it's in a column of flames. Pretty much right out in the middle of a field in Fort Bend County this past day. Just the explosion a little before 11 a.m., according to the reports. Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management said it was isolated again in a field. No injuries reported, no structures damaged. They shut off the gas in the pipeline and pretty much allowed the gas in the line to pretty much burn itself out. Fire was out as of 12:15 this past day. Doesn't say how large is it. Is it a 30-inch diameter? It's a natural gas pipeline, though. Is what it was. Is that going to have an impact on natural gas prices? Just what we needed, right? I see several folks on the stream chat, YouTube and Facebook, talking about the former Japanese prime minister. Some headlines are saying he's dead. Others saying, not confirming that. Looking here from France 24, the former Japanese prime minister feared dead after being shot at a campaign event in the Nara region, according to the local media reports there. National broadcaster NHK said a man in his 40s has been arrested. A gun has been confiscated from him. The former leader had been delivering a stump speech at an event ahead of Sunday's upper house elections when the apparent sound of gunshots were heard. He was given a speech, and a man came from behind. According to one young woman there, the first shot sounded like a toy. He didn't fall. Then there was a large bang. The second shot was more visible. You could see the spark and the smoke after the second shot, people surrounding him. I guess he collapsed, was bleeding from the neck, according to the reports. And again, so one headline saying Japanese prime minister assassinated. I mean, in Japan, getting a gun license is a very complicated process, even for a citizen. You have to get a recommendation from a shooting association, undergo strict police checks, and obviously they'll be delving more into that. But hey, what do you want to wager? Maybe somebody got a hold of a gun illegally. Is that possible? Okay. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Miramar Beach, enjoying that vacation. 87 degrees at this hour. Had a great beach day after we had our pancakes, eggs, and bacon. After the grandkids' parents arrived about 5 this past afternoon, made some burgers, seasoned chicken breasts. All right. Good eating while you're there, right? Turned out to be pretty good. I'm going to whip up some biscuits and gravy with eggs and bacon in the morning, and it's off fishing once again. I thought we've got 2 more full days left, one of which we will be offshore fishing on Saturday. Yeah, we'll head out Sunday morning, and I'll be loading Monday for Milwaukee, unload Wednesday, pick up Thursday, then back to Atlanta. So I know, you got a couple days. Enjoy your vacation. Don't be thinking about back to work. But yeah, the good times, they don't last long enough, do they? All right, let's see. A couple of others here. I saw on Breitbart, the former Japanese prime minister was shot, not responsive. Gerald said, wasn't going to say anything. Did you see breaking news? The prime minister of Japan assassinated, or assassination attempt. Can you say China? Can you say the war is on the horizon, I guess, or by sunrise? You know, there was actually a statement from China this past day. I saw that headline just a few hours before the headlines about the attempted assassination there, that China kind of gave a warning to Japan to be ready for something. See if I can dig that back up. Yeah, that maybe, just maybe. Don't want to jump to conclusions, but Jolly Green Giant, hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I've got a lot to talk about. Let's begin with Wednesday. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Jolly Green was sleeping soundly when a tornado was coming through. Me and Flash live in that area. I'm within 3 miles of Goshen, and our electric was out Wednesday at 3:30, and finally it came back up yesterday at 12:30. So I want to, very thankful to Cincinnati Gas Electric for doing a wonderful job. Goshen was pretty well destroyed. Though there was evidence on the street that leads to the area where I live. There were some trees damaged in the area where I was at. Also, want to talk about what Moose was talking about, the pandemic, upcoming pandemic. Well, I like to know COVID-19 has not went away. It's still going rampant. It seems like everybody is testing positive for the COVID-19 virus again and again and again. And of course, these booster shots, they're definitely working. It's COVID-19 is not going away, but nobody seems to be talking about it. Nobody. I just had a granddaughter just came down with COVID-19, tested positive. So, and every time I turn around, someone that I know is testing positive for COVID-19.
Mm-hmm. My wife has it right now. Wife went down to Tennessee for the passing of her uncle the other day, and her aunt has it. One of the aunt's daughters and her husband, and down in Chattanooga, one of Lisa's, I guess, one of her nieces, and so her kids. Yeah, all of a sudden, a lot of folks have the COVID that I know.
Right. And I don't want to beat you and I, we've discussed this in the past, and I've discussed the pros and cons of the booster shots, and I still believe that we're being lied to on the effectiveness of these shots, and is it cutting down the severity of COVID-19? Now, it is my personal opinion, and I want to repeat my personal opinion, I do not believe it is cutting down the severity of COVID-19, but that's just my personal opinion.
Sure.
And Also, I want to talk about, you were talking about that area, that company that just went out of business. About 24 and a half years ago, Maniac and I were working for a company called Dedicated Fleet, a division of Builders Transport, which was a southern-based company. When we were dedicated to a customer in Cincinnati at the time, and the writing was on the wall. We knew that something was going on when every time you turn around, when you're getting a repair done on the truck and trailer, you have to call in for a PO number. So we remember back then, we kind of knew that the company was getting ready to go belly up. So Maniac and I started putting applications in. And at first we went to CF, and then we worked to Raceway. And then I put an application in at the same time with Dayton Freight Truck Lines. So eventually, Builders Transport did go belly up, and thank God, Schneider come in and bought the company, offered Maniac a job, and offered me a job. I turned it down and went to Dayton Freight Truck Lines, and Maniac stayed there for about a year working for Schneider. Now, a year later, I got Maniac on with Dayton Freight, and that's where we're at now, 24 years later. So I've been through what you're talking about. The only thing, it really wasn't that bad because a good company like Schneider come in and bought Builders Transport. And I remember that talk that Schneider gave us. Schneider said that the reason they did, they wanted the drivers, is what they wanted. And I take my hat off to Schneider because I think I have a lot of respect for Schneider in general, and I really appreciate the job offer. But I believe in the long run, I believe that I made out like a bandit working here at Dayton Freight. Very, very nice company, and it's made me a really good living after all these years. So that's kind of the story behind Maniac and I. We've been working together for about 28, 29 years because we were at that other company together. But I don't know. It's after watching, what was the name of that Indianapolis company that went out of business? I mean, leaving those drivers stranded, that was just a terrible thing, you know. But we were lucky that did not happen to us. And I think, like I said, I thank God for Schneider coming in and buying the company. So, but that's really all I got to say. I just wanted to tell you, I do appreciate the good radio, Steve, and keeping us up at night. Maniac and I are listening on a night-to-night basis. But I just wanted to thank you for all that. And Jolly Green is smoking ribs on the weekends, and I'm improving my skills, so I'm doing real well. Just talking to various guys, trying to home in on my techniques and so on. But I'll tell you what, that everybody I talk to, they like my ribs, so that's a good thing.
There you go.
So I'm enjoying cooking for people, and among other things. But I also want to go back and talk about a little bit what Moose was talking about. This country is selling us out, and I think what the real problem is, in my opinion, is the United States, it's sin, corruption, and immorality is what causes our problems. And I really think that our country was built on Christian principles, and I think our country needs to get back to that.
Yeah.
And until we do, I think our country is doomed for failure. And I agree with Moose 100%. We're being sold down the river. And I definitely believe that we're in trouble. And all you have to do is look at what happened to the Roman Empire, and then you can see what happened to them. It's what's happening to us right now.
Yep, one step at
And
a
I
time.
don't think it's just, and by the way, Steve, I don't think it's just the Democratic Party. I think it's politicians in general that are selling us down the river. Not just the Democrats. I think they're all at fault, all of them. And I think that we need to stand and pray that our government get back to our Christian principles of our forefathers, and I think that's the right way of going. But either way, that's all Johnny Green's got to say tonight, Chris. And I hope you have a good weekend, Steve, and I'll talk to you next week. Okay?
All right. Thanks for checking in. You got it. Hello to Mr. Kelly there, Houston, Texas, TNCradio.live. Ready for a fun Friday. Coming up this morning, right after the overnight drive, a brand new episode of Mind Your Truckin' Business. This week, the guys discussed the war on trucking from states like California, Connecticut, and others, between the labor laws, the EPA, the California Air Resources Board, and certain governors who think the supply chain is run by magical elves. It is getting tougher and tougher to be an owner-operator. No lack of emotion in this discussion of Mind Your Truckin' Business. Then stay tuned for Reverse Gear. Ron Samuels, the maestro, continues his series on the history of popular music, a retrospective of some of the greatest Motown bands of all time. Then at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, it's Wesley Britton and Remember When. Who was the best James Bond? Many believe it was Sean Connery. Most do not believe it was Timothy Dalton. Still, many do not even recognize the name George Lazenby. But many 007 experts believe his approach in the single Bond movie he made was the most accurate according to the books. Go behind the scenes when Wes interviews the other Bond. All from TNCradio.live. And one more thing, Steve. In a bit of a role reversal, I'm going to be driving through the Southeast for the next couple weeks. I'm looking for some listeners who'd maybe like to grab a meal or a cup of coffee with me and my lovely wife. And yes, I'm buying. We'll be heading from Montgomery to Charlotte next Monday, the 11th. If you want to drop me a note, it's info@tncradio.live, and we'll catch up. Later in the week, it's Charlotte to Chattanooga, then on to Nashville, and more points along the way. Okay, there you go. Oh, and by the way, my brother just bought a house a few streets over from my college roommate. They're in Flintstone, Georgia. We'll drop by and say hey to your kinfolk. How about that? Good deal, yeah. Small world. Thank you much, Tom Kelly. There you go. Quick time out, and we'll return the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, gotta give a big happy birthday shout out. She got an email from Martin who says, "Morning, Steve. Just gotta give a shout out to my mom, Thelma Edwards, and wish her a happy 96th birthday." Wow. On this day, 1926, she was born inside a little house on Price Street in Toledo, Ohio. Then raised in Columbus Grove, Ohio, given in marriage, and then gave birth to 10 children, 7 girls and 3 boys. And yes, I'm the baby. She represented the cultural icon, Rosie the Riveter, leaving her duties as a wife and a homemaker, went to work inside the Lima Army tank plant, sealing tanks to be shipped for the war effort in World War II. And at the age of 96, her mind is still very sharp, and her memories and recollections are deafening. World War II, Pearl Harbor, many other events in history, and not to mention her knowledge from helping her father build and repair houses, making tongue and groove flooring in his shop, to putting up the old horsehair plaster. She is an amazing woman and has really done it all. Even published her book of poetry at the age of 91. It's called A Mother's Poems, A Lifetime of Poetry by Thelma Edwards. She is the most honest and God-fearing person I've ever known, and I have the privilege to call her Mom. Happy birthday, Mom. Signed, Martin. All right, 10 kids. Wow. And you were the little one? The baby? Oh, boy. That must have been fun. Everybody picking on me. News update, and we'll get back to your calls this Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
We are learning more about the 21-year-old suspect in the Highland Park 4th of July parade shooting, who showed no emotions during his virtual court appearance. Highland Park Police Department Chief Lou Jogman.
There was quite a bit of pre-planning that went into it, and he was quite motivated to carry out the attack. He indiscriminately fired at the crowd of people and, struck people at random.
Investigators say Robert Cremo III took aim and fired 83 rounds at spectators from a rooftop, stopping to reload his rifle. Then he made a run for it in women's clothing, leaving his gun behind. After an 8-hour manhunt, Cremo was captured and confessed. He's being held without bond, and more charges are expected to be filed against him in the coming weeks. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Food and Drug Administration has advised the emergency use authorization for Paxlovid, allowing for authorized state licensed pharmacists to prescribe the Pfizer antiviral medication to eligible patients. Paxlovid is authorized for the treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19 infections in adult and pediatric patients with positive results who are at risk for progression to severe COVID-19, including hospitalizations or death. It has been cleared for use and available for free in the U.S. since December. More information about Operation North Star is being issued.
Members of the U.S. Marshal Service and other members of law enforcement are sharing more information about a June initiative titled Operation North Star. LaDron Reynolds says the operation was concentrated on fugitives who committed violent offenses such as homicide, sexual assault, and robbery.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
WNBA star Brittany Griner has pleaded guilty during her trial in Russia. She entered her plea today while saying she, quote, didn't want to break the law, end quote. The Phoenix Mercury star stood accused of having under a gram of cannabis oil in her luggage when she was arrested at the airport in Moscow back in February. Griner added she wanted to talk more about what happened. Another hearing is set for next Thursday. Hurricane experts at Colorado State University are holding firm in their updated Atlantic hurricane season forecast. They're predicting 20 named storms this season. Since Tropical Storm Colin formed last week, that means there are 17 more before things wind down in the fall. They believe we'll have 10 hurricanes and 5 major Category 3s or greater. They're setting the probability of the East Coast, including Florida and the Gulf Coast, being hit by at least one major hurricane at about 50% each. They point to La Niña continuing through the remainder of the season and sea surface temperatures across most of the tropical Atlantic being above normal. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, welcome back. Hello to Gilligan checking in this morning. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners out there. Clear 73 degrees in Tomsbrook, Virginia. Hello to Mr. Q. Morning, everybody, and it's back to Cincinnati. There's young Colton joining us. Late night, Colton. Hope you're doing well. Tom checking in says, after listening to Big Moose, I'm ready to charge hell with a water pistol. Thanks, Moose, for the good words. Yeah, Pappy also said, the big cookie goes to Big Moose this morning. There you go. Yeah, and John said, when it comes to the 007s, Roger Moore. Yes. Come on, man. Yeah, honestly, Roger Moore, he was my favorite. Of all the Bonds out there, Roger Moore, yep. Hello to Jeff, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Jeff, a.k.a. the Day Dweller, checking in from Mason, Ohio. Quietly making some noise, 78 warm degrees. Mama Bear and the youngest son going to be catching the Amtrak in Cincinnati at 03:30 hours. All right, about 90 minutes from now. All right, Jay said, Steve, did you hear about the Georgia Guidestones? Yes, I did. It's pretty weird. I don't think we've mentioned it on the program, but I was just watching a video, matter of fact, here a few minutes ago where someone blew something up, and the detonation, I guess, brought one of the stones down, and structurally, I guess they determined that the rest of them had to come down, so they brought a big bulldozer out there, and they're gone. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. I believe Sunshine, is that who we got on the line? Morning.
Hey.
Hi there.
It's Sunshine.
Well,
You're
hello.
Jackie, you're Jacqueline.
Yeah, how we doing, Sunshine?
Oh, we're doing. Getting ready to do the last leg of my trip here and go up to the yard and go to sleep.
There you go. All right. It's been a while since you checked in. I mean, it looks like February of last year.
Yeah, I've been checking in on doing the texting.
Okay. Gotcha.
And that way it's Jacqueline on that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Sometimes I have enough time to put Sunshine on there so you know who I am.
Okay. So what's going on tonight?
Oh, not much. There's construction where the two right lanes are closed down going up underneath 275 on the north side of it. Or not north side, on the east side of it.
Okay.
And then up there at Columbus, they're working on the north side up there, and that's getting backed up there too. So they got their toys out tonight. Hot and heavy.
Barrels and cones. It's that time of year. Yes, it is.
Yep. And Moose, I think he was just, he was going tonight.
On a roll,
on what
wasn't
he's
he?
saying, there's a lot of truth. Yep, a lot of truth to what he's saying, too.
Yes, very much so.
And your dad predicted all this here way back when.
Yes, indeed.
A long time ago.
Many, many years ago. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. I miss him. And I miss you too. For not talking to you ever. You know, I don't get enough chance to talk to you very often.
Right, right. Well, at least you're listening in. That's the key.
Yep. I listen to you on the YouTube. I think that's what I listen to you on.
Okay.
So that way I can listen to you and go down the road.
All right. Well, it's good to hear your voice. Thank you for checking in, and thanks for listening in, and safe travels, and have a good weekend.
Hey, and believe it or not, me and my husband, we've been married 18 years now. The 27th.
Congratulations. There you go.
Of June.
I've kind of lost track, but I believe this August it'll be 39 from me and the princess. 39 years.
Yeah. That's the problem with today's young people and stuff, they get married, they get divorced, they get married, or they don't even get married and have broken family and all that there jazz.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
But like he said, we need to get back to God and teaching the kids about it. So I reckon I will let you go and get on up the road there to Wilmington. I do this run every night. I've been doing it now about 5 years.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Safe travels, and we'll chat again. All right. Sunshine or Jacqueline. Let's see. Get on down to, there's old brother Rambler on board 2 nights in a row. Hey there. What's going on?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, everybody out there. And I'm glad to be on again with you 2 nights in a row. And, yeah, it was a good phone call by old Moose. I really enjoyed that, you know. Steve, as I call you tonight, you know, I think about, and I wonder how many of other drivers sit behind the seat, or you ain't got to be a driver, just sit by yourself sometimes where you're able to get some private time. What kind of legacy are you leaving behind? I asked that question, and many of you have asked that question too. What kind of legacy are you leaving behind? You know, I read today a Facebook post of one Forrest Frakes. And Steve, I read a lot of people, you know, that they put on their, you know, a loved one that's died, and it's always the same thing. We're sorry for your loss, praying for you, and that's all good and great. But when I read this man's Facebook post, you know, and I'm going to just picked out 3 that I wanted to read. You know, that people actually took time, instead of just saying, praying for you, my condolences, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. All that's great. You know, I want to just, this man here, Alan McConnell Jr., he writes, I worked with Forrest at WHCA, White House Communications Authority. I think that's what it means. And enjoyed his special blend of humor, hard work, and faith. Susan Nolan says, your dad was such a giving person who had a very kind-hearted soul. But one that really got to me and really meant a lot was by Robert Baker. So sorry to hear. He was a great role model, a family man of faith. You know, I got a couple of phone calls tonight, Steve, and one of them was from a good preacher friend of mine. We worked together, and you know, his heart, he's only living off of about 30% of his heart. And he's tired, he's worn down, you know, he gets on social media. He has a bigger church. He gets on social media like I do, and you know, and he can't preach the way he wants to preach because the body's just so worn down, you know. And I told him, I said, you know, brother, if I can peel you like a banana and see your spirit, I know the spirit just really and ready to run for God. I know you're worn out. I know you're tired. Now, this man here lost his wife at very young in their marriage. He had to raise 5 kids on his own. His mother helped. You know, he's going to leave behind a good legacy because all his children, except for his daughter, are married and good Christian boys. One of them is a doctor. You know, all went to college, you know, had to go get scholarships. They all did a good job, you know. But the first thing he made sure that his children did was know who Jesus Christ was. That's one of the greatest accomplishments you can make. I had another phone call tonight. And he said, you know, Brother Perry, tell everybody I can about you. He said, I follow you at the Determined Ministries Church. I'm so proud. I tell everyone I can. And I said, well, you know, thank you, man. I'd rather you tell people about the Lord and what God's doing, not promote me. You know, I'm just a vessel. You know, I'm not in it to pat myself on the back or to boast myself or make myself famous. That's not what it's about. It's about trying to reach the sick, lost, and the dying. And you know, Steve, that's all great. And then I hear about this Brittany Grinder girl that basically spit on our flag, refused to stand for the national anthem, but yet now is over in Russia for bringing drugs into a country. And yes, hash oil and marijuana is a drug. You know, if you drive a truck, you can't partake of the devil's lettuce because you get fired. But now she's begging and pleading, you know, oh, please get me out this prison. Please get me out this prison. Please get me back to the United States of America. And I guarantee you, if Biden and that crazy woman Harris, who I call the cackler, they will get her out, I guarantee you she'll come right back to this country, and that idiot in chief will stand right beside her, and she'll continue to spit on the flag. But I read about Forrest Frakes. That's where I'm getting to. I read about a man who I don't even know, but so many people took the time, maybe it was 5 minutes, and I just picked out 3 to say wonderful things about his distinguished military career, about how good of a dad he was, but a man of faith. What kind of legacy do you leave behind? You know, you can do every kind of thing you can in the military, serve your country. That's awesome. I support the military. I back the blue line. Love you, Pappy. I back the red line, the firefighters. And I'm proud if you're a dad or a mother that you can be able to send your children to college. And that's all great. But the one thing I take away from this man is his faith and how he never met a stranger. You could tell someone really loves God, Steve, when you can look at someone you don't even know, and you know them like, and you first meet them, it's like you know them for 10 years. That's the love of Christ in someone. You know, this man's going to be missed. And sad to say, what's replacing him isn't very great, because what the caller just said before. You know, what's replacing him? We got weirdo parents and hippie parents and God knows what else. We're taking in the devil's lettuce and all of the kind of drugs, raising these kids, refusing to put the belt on their backside and discipline them. But they're not teaching them about God. They're not teaching them about the Lord Jesus Christ. What kind of legacy are they leaving behind? You know, as you sit in the driver's seat tonight, think about it. What kind of legacy are you leaving behind? You know, if you've walked out on your children's life and you feel like you can't go back, yes, you can. Dirty Diapers walked out on my life. He also walked out on other children's lives. But you know what? Through the power of Christ, he was forgiven. Because Christ forgave him, I was able to forgive my father and have a relationship with him. I'm able to attend his funeral and speak at his funeral. It's never too late, God's children, to make that amends. I look at Forrest Frakes, Steve. What a man. What a man. And you know, I don't think I think when I read about him and all the kind things people had to say, I think he left this world not having a single enemy. But he left this world, Steve, as a man who loved the Lord, and that's about the best legacy you can leave. You can send your children to college, you can do things for your country and for your community, but the best thing you can do is honor your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and teach your kids and make sure they know Christ as their Lord and Savior. God's children, know this, that I love you. We'll be going live this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. You can find us right there on our Facebook page. And after we get done, man, I tell you what, crank up the app, go find Steve Sommers, because he's going to be live 2 hours later. And I tell you what, Steve, I know it gets lonely on Sundays, and man, sometimes I try and stay awake. Sometimes I just can't hold my eyes open. But I'll try and call in this Sunday, and y'all call in and give Steve some love. And speaking of love, before I get off here.
There you go.
I want you to know something. I want you to know something, and I say it every time, and I don't take it for granted. If I close my eyes tonight and I open them in glory, I want you to know one thing, and I mean this sincerely. If no one ever tells you they love you, you're going to hear it from me, that I love you. And the reason why I can love you, because there was a man named Jesus who hung on that cross and bled every drop of blood. He's a reason why I can say that I love you. And love is just not another four-letter word. God, there's something you have to do and something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And come by, pay us a visit. Determined Ministries Church, we'd love to have you. Come on by, log in, and come on and have church with me. Steve, I love you, and I know you'll be live right after me. And come on and, by the way, buy you some of that Hot Shot Secret, and go to the shop, buy you a koozie, buy you a couple of T-shirts, and support the show. I love you, Steve. God bless you. God bless you, everyone.
All right.
Love you.
You got that public service announcement in, overnightdriveradio.com. There you go. Get your travel mug, T-shirts, caps. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. As he was speaking there, thank you so much for the kind words about Uncle Forrest. Yep, he was a good man. 23 and a half years in the Air Force, then 2 years civilian trade, then went to work for the Veterans Administration. Security. He'd go to the VA facilities all around the country, and he would be in charge of setting up the security, the cameras, and things of that nature. Total service, 59 years. He spent doing what he could, serving his country. And I came across a photo, and I can't believe I found this via his Facebook page, but all those years ago, I'm trying to remember, I believe it was about 2005. The year we went to Washington, D.C., and some of our listening friends joined us there at the Federation for American Immigration Reform. This is the early years when they'd set up the broadcast row there. And talking about immigration issues all these years, and we're still talking about the same thing, and they've really done nothing about it. But that was the year, the original, the first time they were talking about the Mexican cross-border trucking program. Remember when they brought that up? And here we had hundreds of trucking companies out of Mexico that were looking for full authority to start moving freight through the USA. We took the opportunity talking about immigration issues, and I thought, that'd be a good opportunity to head up to D.C. and talk about the trucking side of the southern border. But the photograph, one evening we got to go out, and the photo is from the Melting Pot restaurant there, right there in Washington, D.C. Uncle Forrest with Aunt Frances beside him, my wife and myself. Man, I looked a lot younger. I don't even see any gray hair. Wow. Then Scott, a.k.a. Demon, Scott Crow, and one, I call him Dan, not Don, a.k.a. Dan Toops. They had traveled to D.C. as well, along with a number of other listening friends to be there on Broadcast Row. And that's where we were kind of going down into the offices in D.C., trying to meet with representatives to plead our case against opening our southern border to the trucking industry. But found that photograph, and I shared that here just a few minutes ago, if you want to check that out. Yeah, a much younger Steve Sommers. And I think that was about 2005, if memory serves. All right, 25 past the hour. All right, we'll just move on back to the calls here. Let me head down to Eagle, wherever he's checking in from this morning. Hello, Eagle. Uh-oh. He'll get back with us. Now, that's funny, because I could get Scarecrow next, but just for shish kebab and giggles.
Oh, that's so cool. Hey, that's a repeat of last night.
That's right.
That is so cool. You just sleep tight there, Eagle. Yeah, he just giving it a deep think. That's all. That's cool. first off, I mean, I'm amazed at the news this week. The abortion deal. I actually got confirmation. I've been taking hits. I've got, it's a 95 more percentage of black drivers, young drivers in this company I work for. So we get into politics. I hold my own, and I've actually tried to explain to them. You killed more blacks with your vote than any Klansman with a rope when you do the math. I mean, 60 million babies since 1973. When you do the math into percentage, out of 100%, a million babies, 60%, 600,000 of them are babies of color. And I just trying to express that to them. Well, this week, there is a black activist on one of these reels and news reels, and they were saying that the abortion debate affects the African American community above every other community. Hey, they're only 15% of the population. There are actually this situation that I've defended under the Republican conservative ideas. This thing is exactly what Margaret Sanger come up with, trying to thin out and eliminate the undesirables in our community. These are precious Americans, and who knows how many that doctors could cure cancer. Who knows how many that would been able to do amazing things, and we're slaughtering them left and right. In 2019, more blacks babies were slaughtered on the abortionist table in New York City than were given birth to. So I just having a black activist group actually get on there and admit that is great. I just need to get the name and have the proof, and that way I can put the reference down to them. Now the reason, if you remember in Charlottesville, I mean, who paid? I mean, the white groups that were there got the permits. They were there legally. All right. All of a sudden, buses started rolling in. I mean, who paid for these buses? Where did these people come from? Where did all these activists? Who's paying for it? The courts. Who's paying these people? Who's feeding them? I'm sorry. You're talking about what, $20, $30 a day to feed one person? Who's flipping the money? Mm-hmm. Now I've hauled bricks before. All right. Now when they set them blocks of bricks at Antifa and the BLM riots, where in the world did them bricks come from? Anybody know yet? I mean, most of these bricks, if you've ever hauled them, they have tags on them throughout all kinds of tags on them, and they'll have the little barcodes that will tell you exactly where they were or where they were sold from, where they were manufactured, and most likely, I bet you they'd have exactly who bought the things. All right, you had protesters show up in U-Hauls out of nowhere with the proper signs to protest a conservative situation. I mean, all over the place. And now, I watched a woman who walked away from her career and a lot of talent, radio talent, out of Telemundo, which you've already covered. But I listened to an interview with Tucker Carlson, and this woman was explaining what they're doing, and it's George Soros. This name comes up all the time. George Soros. Yep. He has done more to subvert the American justice system than whatever they're doing to try to accuse Donald Trump of. I mean, his name keeps coming up, and nobody and I think Moose and Jolly Green covered it. They got to agree with him. Old Turtlehead there, just south of you, when he sticks his head up and finally starts talking about, condemning, George Soros and all these people that's doing this stuff and financing this stuff, and I'm just a trucker here. He's sitting up there. He's supposed to have all this knowledge coming to him. But no, whenever the Tea Party people got in there, what'd he do? when they started standing up and telling them this is what the American people want. Now, that's the closest he ever got to hearing exactly what the American people, what's on their mind. And you know what he did? He stood up and said, you all sit down. I got this. And I'm sorry, whenever I heard him today, or yesterday, I heard him today talk about how Biden's so unpopular and we're set to have the power, get our power back. God, I hope, please, I hope they don't vote him back into the leadership. You know, there is so much failing, or there is so much writing on this stuff. It's not only that, like Moose said, the vote, yes, this next vote coming is that important. And there's a reason why they spend billions of dollars to try to get us not to vote, or try to subvert our vote, or try to get us to vote in a certain way. And that vote is that important, and it kills me to hear anybody say, "Oh, I don't vote," because it don't matter. And you got to keep voting. And it makes it a little bit harder for people to overtake this country with that vote. So we're just going to leave it there. But yeah, George Soros. Yep.
That man, he wants to destroy this country. I mean, and yes, he's willing to spend his. He ain't got much time left, man. He's up there in years, but he's had this goal. And he's willing to fork over those billions and billions of dollars, whatever it takes to destroy America. That's the deal. All right, got to get our news break a little behind here. Hello, Doughboy. Checking in via the email, just some info. He said, when New England Motor Freight shut the doors on us about 4 years ago, they only gave us a 5-day notice. The drivers filed a lawsuit under the Warrant Act for not giving the Warrant Act for not giving us the 45-day notice. And New England ended up giving us 3 weeks vacation pay. Yeah, well, whoop-de-doo, 3 weeks? Okay. I guess it beats a blank, right? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The former Cleveland police officer who shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice in 2014 abruptly resigned from a tiny police department in rural Pennsylvania. That is less than a day after the news of his hiring broke. Timothy Lohman was set to serve as the force's sole police officer in the township, which has a population of roughly 700. It was reported that Lohman changed his name when applying. Rice's family, along with others, slammed the decision to hire Lohman, calling it a, quote, game of whack-a-mole. The former officer tried to get back into law enforcement and was unsuccessful in Ohio in 2018. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Trying to pull up the story here. Somebody, let me see. Somebody just forwarded this to me. I guess you had a shutdown at one point this past day. Lexington, South Carolina. Report says traffic is flowing again in Lexington County after mandatory evacuations and road closures following a gas main break Thursday afternoon. that had shut down, I guess, I-20 for a period of time. Yeah, both directions of I-20 are now open, and both outbound and one lane inbound of Augusta Road, US 1, have reopened, according to Lexington police here a few hours ago. The Lexington police said the break happened in the area of Augusta Road, US 1, and I-20. Dominion Energy said a 6-inch steel natural gas line broke in the area about 2 o'clock this past afternoon. They said a third-party contractor doing excavation work accidentally struck a natural gas line. Uh-oh. You're supposed to check those things out before you dig, right? Crews were on the scene working to fix the rupture, and I guess they've got that repaired now. All right, still unclear precisely what location the break happened on, whether it was at a business or a residence, but thanks for the heads up. So I had some big time, I'm looking at some of the video from earlier in the day, big time backup along I-20 this past day. Good morning, Scarecrow. Happy Friday.
Yeah, Friday all the way. So was that to make every night this week that the Chevy guys would have been coming on the shirt tails of Eagle?
Pretty close to it, yeah, I think so.
I think pretty, kind of like it was almost scripted. But anyway, yeah, you can go ahead and put another check mark behind Roger Moore's name there. I guess I'd fall into his favorite supporter and whatnot.
Yeah.
Maybe due to the fact I probably grew up and had come to more admire his co-stars and whatnot in that era. But anyway, someone had referenced the concerts and whatnot. Yeah, this is the season of the outdoor concert. We got a country one going, started last night just east of La Crosse up there too. It's funny though, I've been so out of the country mix for years. I don't hardly recognize the name that's come out of that section of the music industry in the last 15 years or so. They run the headliners across the news last night, and I didn't recognize a single one of them there. So I guess you won't find me standing in line for any of those tickets. I think it was referencing back to the No Handle Dave that mentioned about the fingerprinting and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah, I can identify with that, Steve. I had the hazmat endorsement up until my last license renewal. That was after I'd moved into this driving position. I figured, well, I'm not going to need hazmat here, and I'm close enough to retirement that I don't figure I'm going to need it afterwards. And when I was in for renewal last time, she brought up about the endorsement. I said, no, I'm done donating to that money grab. No. And things got kind of quiet at that very moment. But so either way, no, I always heard through life that your fingerprints don't change. So yeah, I fully have to agree with that one there. So I sent you an email there, Steve, earlier in the afternoon. A picture of that prospective new centerpiece for the.
I got that. Yes,
secret,
that's
yeah.
Now that's the Budweiser car, man. I'm the Miller Lite guy. Remember, that's the Budweiser number 8. I liked that though. Yeah, that was. Yep.
Oh crap! I mean, I gotta hunt up an old Rusty Wallace car for you.
No, I don't want a crybaby car.
No, I just want blowing smoke up your butt there.
Yeah.
But for what it's worth, I think it's be an online auction there too. So don't be afraid to get signed up for there and whatnot. But anyway, Steve, it probably was back a couple months now, but it's still current. I brought up the notion that coming election 24, given the public has such a short memory and whatnot, and they tend to forget details, provided we're not shoulder deep in a recession, if not depression, all it would take is for the price of gas to drop a buck or two, and the public is going to be bowing to Washington, to the current administration. And I've thought about that on and off. Now, gas has come down a little bit in our zone, the last couple of weeks and whatnot. When was the last time you remember paying anything around $3 a gallon for gas, Steve? Any idea?
I guess Trump would have been president at the time, right?
It seems forever. Well, last Monday morning, I paid a trip to our emergency trip to the grocery store, the bride's car. And our regional grocery up our way across Wisconsin, they've collaborated with Quick Trip convenience stores. They've established kind of like a fleet rewards card. You get built so many points on your grocery tab, and you can redeem them at Quick Trip, for your gas purchase. And I've been kind of banking mine for a little while. I only get 4 gallons a week on average, unless I fill up a 5-gallon can for the tractors. But so I just thought, well, okay, the bride's car, the gas gauge is getting down there. I'll top hers off for her, and I swiped my card, and it was $295.9, Steve. And boy, did that feel good looking at that number. Now I'm not naive enough to the point not realizing that, we're still paying for it, out the other end, on the grocery purchases. Festival stores, they are a little higher than Walmart and Woodman's and Hy-Vee. I guess they're coming to town now too. But so either way, I know, in the end, we're still spending the money. But in my mind, I looked at that, and that really felt good. Still in my reality, $3 is still too much for a gallon of gas. But so and there, referencing back to what I had, mentioned about election 24, the masses, if the price of gas were to get down into that zone, it's going to be like the first or the second coming is taking place in Washington. So no, that election 24 is not a sure thing for our party of choice, put it that way. Then the last thing for the moment here, Steve, I take off each night, and I drive with the intentions of keeping it between the ticks, between the spotted and the solid, but every single night seem to be a fleet of vehicles out there. They're trying to put me off track and whatnot. Now this is earlier in the week here, but coming out of Milwaukee, westbound on 94, there's a rest area about a half hour out. I only bring up the rest area because it's well lit up, and where the four-wheelers park, those overhead lights they illuminate the freeway respectably. That you could turn your headlights off and still see what's in the roadway and whatnot. Well, I'm pretty much in front of the pickle park there. I can already see 3/4 mile up the road a big truck with his four-ways on. And now I have one truck coming behind me, slowly reeling me in. And there's another one, he's in the hammer lane. The one behind me is maybe 200 yards back. And then in front of this, the rest area, there's a gator laying there, and the complete tread from the tire laying on its side like a donut in the road, right in my left tire track. So, I took a little bit of the solid line, and no problem. Now, I'm speculating this truck behind me, and you'll come to recognize the name. You don't even have to give the name. But And he's obviously not a listener to the program. When, a while back, I recommended that anybody going down the road and look up the road as far as you can for any potential hazards so you're prepared. Well, he obviously wasn't even looking beyond his hood ornament, because I watched in my mirror, Steve. I could see he run right dead over that gator that was laying in the road. And now we're closing in on this truck up on the shoulder with the four-ways on, and I pretty much put two and two together. Okay, that's where that gator came from. And now this truck's in the hammer lane. He sees what's going on, so he backed out of it, to give room for this player number 2 behind me to slip in there. And and believe it or not, Steve, I shifted over, and the one that just run over the gator, well, he continued coming up my right side, even though this other is in full view. And so now besides having taken the right solid line, now I'm over across the left solid line, not knowing if the driver of that disabled truck is going to jump out or such. But so anyway, and for whatever reason, I haven't figured this yet. When he did slip between us, he was giving me, pointing out that I'm number 1 for whatever reason. But either way, yeah, Steve, the truck, the company has often come up in conversation lately. It used to be that Swift and JB Hunt and Schneider and some of the others, they were the brunt of all jokes and whatnot. But lately, there's an online shopping service that has fired up their own fleet, of trailers. Got the blue trailers, and I used to think it was kind of a Nike logo upside down. But now, if you look at it more closely, it looks more like a male appendage that's being stretched out across that trailer. And so, yeah, there's one more positive mark for this future Hall of Fame driver. And Monkey Gouger, that's not a dig at all. That's believe me, there's a lot of sarcasm when I'm saying that.
Right.
So, but either way, Steve, yeah, it just continues on and on. A person's darn fortunate to be able to keep any sort of a clean driving record, these days with all the competition out there that's trying to, do you in and whatnot. That's all I got for the moment here. We'll hopefully be able to catch you up on the tail end here.
All right. Have a great Friday. There you go. Scarecrow. And we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we are, back on a Friday, and let's see, you're rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast here in short order. Hey there, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, it's coming up on the weekend. I'm out here on the road right now, Steve. I'm rolling back to Texas. Yeah, I'm rolling back to Texas. I'll probably make it in on Sunday. Get back to Texas on Sunday afternoon or Sunday night and see what's happening, in Texas with this border situation. When I get home, catch up on what's going on. It don't look too good, Steve. I don't know if you've seen the latest video out of Texas. I think they said in the last couple of days they've been getting large amounts of people coming in, 500 to 1,000 people at a time coming into a town called Eagle Pass, Texas. Have you heard about that?
I know. I think they said 5,000 crossed over the weekend, over the July 4 weekend. 5,000 in just the weekend.
Yeah. Things are out of control right now, Steve. Man, it's a real bad deal, man. And like I keep going out, it's getting to be old news. The Biden administration is still blindfolded to what's going on. They're not sending no representatives. They're not sending nobody. They're not trying to help Greg Abbott with military or National Guard people and nothing. It's really disgusting, Steve. It's hard to believe that Joe Biden can get away with doing what he's doing, but unfortunately, it looks like that's what's happening. And now they're saying, with all the diseases we got going on right now, Steve, I think they said, I heard something the other day, I think they said that we got over 600 cases of monkeypox in the U.S. And I don't know if you've seen photographs of what this stuff does to your skin. It's not a pretty sight. I really hope that this monkeypox doesn't take hold and doesn't get into the U.S. through the southern border. I hope nobody doesn't, unfortunately, that could possibly happen. But the thing, like I told you last night, Steve, you went over it after I told you about it, of these terrorists. That should get Joe Biden's notice right there, Steve. If this man really cared about the United States people and the people that live here, okay, it's obvious he don't care about the immigrants. But what about these people that are planning attacks, Steve? Luckily, the attack didn't take place on the 4th of July in Richmond, Virginia, by these two terrorists from across the border. You would think Joe Biden would at least be man enough to take action on the situation, but he won't even take action on that, Steve. So that's really a damn shame. And then not only, the fentanyl that I talked to you about last night too, when they discovered a truckload of that, enough fentanyl to kill every human being that lives in the United States of America. Joe Biden still ain't figured that out. Did you see the video today, Steve? We already know that Joe Biden this guy has serious mental dementia problems. Did you see the video where he put a medal on a man's neck and he put the medal on the man's neck backwards?
No, I missed that. I didn't see that. No. Whoops.
Yeah. Look that up. Look that up during the break. Because he was giving out medals today at the White House to I don't know how many people it was, but he put a medal around a man's neck, and he put the medal on the man backwards. Just to show you what this guy is all about, Steve. Let me say one last thing right quick before I hang up with you about this other Brittany Griner situation. Okay, Brittany Griner. She broke the law. First of all, she was going to Russia. She went there at a real bad time, right before the war broke out with Ukraine. She picked the real bad time to go to Russia with drugs. So, Joe Biden, if she's dependent on Joe Biden to get her out of Russia, all she got to do is talk to those people over there in Afghanistan that he left behind. All the people over there, when he flew them airplanes out of the airport, and left God knows how many Americans over there in Afghanistan. So Brittany Griner, the only thing I can say to her is, if you depended on Joe Biden to get you back to the USA, you'll be in Russia for the rest of your life because Joe Biden is not going to do a damn thing to help her or her family get her back to the U.S., Steve. Like I said, a lot of people are trying to bring up the fact that she wouldn't stand up for the national anthem, that a lot of people are saying to hell with her. She didn't care about the USA, when she wouldn't stand up for the flag, but now she wants the U.S. government to bring her back home. So, you can form your own opinion. I think the girl made a mistake. I don't think she should have to stay in jail, Russia for 10 years. But if that's what she has to do, then that's what they do. But like I say, you can't go by her not standing up for the national anthem as a reason to leave her over in there in Russia. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Have a good weekend, Eagle. There you go. All right, 3 o'clock hour in the Eastern Time Zone as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Roughly 300,000 children under the age of 5 years old have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. That's according to a senior Biden administration official. This data comes on the heels of a holiday weekend with lots of families traveling and not thinking about a trip to the pediatrician while on vacation. They're expecting that the data could increase in the weeks ahead, especially ahead of the school year. The former Cleveland police officer who shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice in 2014 abruptly resigned from a tiny police department in rural Pennsylvania. That is less than a day after the news of his hiring broke. Timothy Lohman was set to serve as the force's sole police officer in the township. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A poll is showing the American people's confidence in the government is down.
Americans confident in the government is seeing a sharp decline. According to a Monmouth University poll, just over 1 in 3 Americans are confident in the government. 36% of Americans describe the system of government as basically sound. That's down from 55% in 2020 and then 44% in 2021. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
After a gunman killed 7 people and wounded dozens more at an Independence Day parade outside Chicago, thousands turned to the online platform GoFundMe to donate money to the victims. Donors have raised millions across 11 different pages. Highland Park, Illinois' mayor has warned the community about potential fundraising scams in a news conference. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRouche. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Actor James Caan, known for his role in The Godfather and other films over a long career, has died at 82. His family confirmed. Born in 1940 in Queens, New York, Caan worked in Hollywood for over 60 years, starting with guest roles on TV dramas like The Alfred Hitchcock Hour. He will be missed by his family, friends, colleagues, and fans. A Mississippi abortion clinic that was at the center of the U.S. Supreme Court upending abortion rights nationwide has closed its doors. Physicians at Jackson Women's Health Organization were trying to see as many patients as possible before today, when Mississippi will enact a law to ban most abortions. A judge denied the clinic's petition on Tuesday, suggesting that delaying the ban would, quote, clearly harm the state and its citizens by denying the public interest in enforcement of its law, end quote, in an 8-page opinion. The Pink House, what it's known as, has been doing abortions through 16 weeks, but under previous U.S. Supreme Court rulings, abortion was allowed to the point of fetal visibility at about 24 weeks. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight overnight drive.
Thank you much. That's the way we roll into a Friday on the West Coast. Welcome in, 8th day of July. Here it comes. Eagle brought up the southern border. Yeah, and how the administration refuses to do anything about the ongoing flood of illegals. The invasion is the word being used. Not only in Texas, but they may actually declare an invasion in Arizona as well. As in yesterday, the Attorney General of Arizona, Mark Brnovich, says he wants Governor Ducey to declare the surge of immigrants a constitutional invasion so the state can defend itself. Brnovich wrote a letter to the governor requesting this declaration. He said, this horrible situation is a ticking time bomb. Truth is, we have every indication the border crisis will continue to escalate. If there's more that we as a state can and should do, it can be pursued with your declaration of an invasion at our southern border. Brnovich is running as a Republican for the U.S. Senate seat in Arizona. He said earlier that year that the governor will be on solid legal ground to invoke powers of war to send the state National Guard to the border to stop this invasion of the drug cartels and the criminal gangs. But Ducey and Texas Governor Greg Abbott, both Republicans, have both expressed concerns that might expose state law enforcement to federal prosecution. Abbott told the Texas Tribune that he's been studying the issue of a constitutional invasion since he was an attorney general 8 years ago. But there are some issues that we're looking at that we've been provided no answer on. You know, these are people who already have papers to roam freely into the U.S. As soon as we drop them off across the border, they just come right back across the border again. So all we're doing is creating a revolving door. Brnovich said the border is becoming more dangerous with each passing day, overwhelmed by the flood of migrants and drugs pouring across our border. Local resources are being drained. Communities are being put in unacceptable levels of risk due to the federal government's abdication of the rule of law. Just ignore it. It's the violence of the cartels and the gangs that have essentially assumed control of our southern border. This, he says, meets the legal threshold for an invasion. I mean, talking about the drugs. Americans are dying every day as these drugs continue to flood into our country. Listen to this. The number of Mexican authorities, they tell us, made what one official described as an historic seizure of fentanyl in a warehouse there. Mexico's Defense Department said the warehouse was located in Culiacan, the capital of the Sinaloa state, which, of course, is the home of the infamous drug cartel of the same name. 10 were arrested. Soldiers also found half a ton of meth in the raid on July the 2nd, as well as cocaine, opium, and at least 70 tons of precursor chemicals. They call it the largest seizure in history of fentanyl, which they estimated 1,200 pounds of fentanyl found at the warehouse, would have a black market value of approximately $230 million. But these, the fentanyl, these synthetic opioids, that's behind the increase in these overdose deaths in the United States. And fentanyl, 100 times more potent than morphine, and as little as 2 milligrams can be deadly, lethal. Now, they say it's usually pressed into counterfeit pills that are made to look like Xanax or Adderall or oxycodone or mixed into other drugs, which has led to tens of thousands of overdose deaths because people don't realize they're actually taking a fentanyl pill. But the amount they found in this warehouse, this one warehouse alone, could have produced millions of counterfeit pills. The purity was not clear, but almost all fentanyl smuggled into the United States comes from Mexico, where it is produced from those precursor chemicals that come from China. I get back to the calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening out there? Happy Friday.
Need to ask for forgiveness, Steve. I hope Brother Ramblers listen. Last night, Steve, I think, I could be mistaken, but it's the first night that I did not get to tune in.
Wow.
Honestly, man, since you took over here with this new gig, Steve, I think I haven't missed a night, at least for a couple minutes. You know, I might be busy and tune in for a couple minutes and then have to go on down the road. But yeah, not one time last night was I able to bring up the app. So
wow, that busy, huh?
Yeah, man, it was just one of the nights, you know. Way it goes. Hey, shout out to caller Steve. Man, it was good to hear you. Been a while. And obviously, Steve, big cookie goes to Moose.
Yeah.
What a call. You know, I think you should have kept the Great American Eagle on hold for just another 5 seconds before you put him back on hold. You know what I'm saying?
Think you might have woke up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But listen, God love Eagle, man. I'm going to tell him something. They ain't going to do nothing about the border. Quit complaining about it because they ain't going to do nothing. They are trying to destroy this country, Steve. We've been talking about it. You know, they are going to do absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
But, you know, Eagle being the great patriot he is, he ain't going to stop fighting, but I think he's going to lose that battle. Yeah, what a shame. 5,000 people over the weekend. Well, I hope the daughter, you know, didn't make the bad decision moving out there.
Oh, to Arizona? Yeah.
Yeah. Steve, I seen a video, I don't know, a month or so ago. Was it in Arizona? I can't remember what city it was. But it was a homemade video that the cartel made. They were in an SUV driving down the highway through the city, right? Joking and laughing how here they are in America, Steve. And let me tell you something. They were armed to the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
They had fully automatic weapons, several of them in the cars. They all had body armor on. And Steve, if they would have got stopped by Arizona Patrol or any police officer, I guarantee it wouldn't have ended well for that officer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so Eagle's right, man. They are here in this country And they're going to do nothing about it. Steve, if they were going to do something about it, they already would.
Correct.
It already would happen.
Yep.
So, man, I meant to ask you the other night when I called, and I just spaced it out, getting old age, but you mentioned that COVID now is getting worse each time you get it.
Each progressive, infection. That was the report. I mean, they said we need more research, but everything that they looked at, again, that was, what was it, like 5.5 million veterans records and whatnot. And the trend was with each progressive infection, more problems with blood clots, more problems with heart disease, diabetes, you name it.
Well, my question was, or my thought is, when they did this, did they include how many of these people got the jab and how many didn't get the jab? These people and all this research that was done on these patients. That was my question.
That's nothing in there about whether any of them had the shot or not had the shot. That is a good question. Yeah.
Because it's a higher percentage of people, if these people are getting worse, catching it over and over, and it's getting worse compared with the people that had the shot compared to the individuals that didn't get the shot, just makes me curious, because, everything, some of the stuff we're hearing about that Dr. Malone was coming out and saying, hey, listen, man, this new, vaccine, the way it's designed, it affects your immune system. We've talked about it. There's no sense
right?
Keep going on and on about it, but yeah, man. All right. Well, it's fine. It slowed down a little bit. I was going to dial you up when News called, man. Like that other caller said, man, that was like a Trump speech or something, man. That was a motivational speech right there, brother. But it quieted down. I'm just watching a couple coyotes walk across this field right now, Steve. Nice, warm, humid night.
Yep, I'm looking at 75 outside the bunker at this hour. I had a few sprinkles pushed through the last hour or so, but that's about it.
Yeah, sure did. All right, my man, that's about all I got. Hey, enjoy the weekend. It is my Friday off the weekend, so I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow, but hey, we're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna enjoy the off time. Trust me there, brother. How's Princess doing? You said she got a touch of it again. How's she doing?
She's doing all right. She just, I guess, the congestion's the worst thing she's dealing with. She felt pretty bad for about 24 hours, and I talked to her this past evening. She was sounding a lot better than she was there Wednesday morning. So
good to hear. And yeah, man. I was gonna message her on Facebook or something. Giving her my condolences. That's a tough thing to do, to go down there and pay your last respects and actually be there holding somebody's hand when they pass, man. That's
yeah, she sure was.
A tough gig.
Yep.
That's a tough gig, man. But one thing, and man, real quick, and I'll get off of here, man. My daughter from California, she's what did I say, 41, going to be 42 this year, 43, I don't know. But we had a short little conversation on the back deck, and she was talking. We had kind of got into religion a little bit, and she was, Dad, I don't know all these different religions and this, that. I said, let me tell you something. I said, the one thing that I have found getting older, when your parents die, and people that you care about, it doesn't happen too much when you're younger, except for all these people dropping over because of the fentanyl, but the only thing that makes it easier for me is knowing that there is a God, and knowing that the people you really care about, you will see again someday. So makes death a little bit easier to deal with, if that makes sense. So, all right, my man, I'll let you go. Have a good weekend. Be safe, everybody.
You got it. Thank you, Pappy, for checking in, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now we got lines available at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. Hey, it's coming up next week, the 43rd Walcott Truckers Jamboree. The Iowa 80 Truck Stop, world's largest truck stop. This year's Jamboree will feature the Super Truck Beauty Contest, Antique Truck Display, the Iowa Pork Chop Cookout, over 150 exhibitors, Trucker Olympics, fireworks, I believe, on Thursday night and Friday night, the Trucker's Best Friend Pet Contests, and they'll be having a 100th birthday party for a 1922 Walter Snow fighter at the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum. And, of course, live concert, fun for the whole family. Heather DeBale, the vice president of marketing, said we can't wait for everybody to be here. Enjoy the trucks, the music, the food, the fireworks. Just come together. It's one of the best parts of this summer. And, of course, we appreciate the dedication, the hardworking professional drivers out there. It is an important job. Professional drivers deliver everything we need, from food to vehicles to setting the stage for your favorite musical artist. They're the reason we've hosted this event for decades. Drivers deserve to be celebrated. All right, it looks like on the 14th, attendees can enjoy a performance by the rising Nashville star Kylie Fry, who kind of made a name for herself on Texas radio. Local favorite Danny Lynn Howell and band will kick off the concert at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Got the fireworks and the popular Lights at Night show following the concert. Then Friday, the 15th, you got the Trucker Olympics, the Catskills Way to Win, Ford Raptor giveaway, and another great evening of music. Moe's Garage will get the fun started at 5 o'clock, opening for country supergroup Diamond Rio. And again, fireworks capping off the evening as things wrap up Saturday the 16th. The afternoon will feature high-energy 80s and 90s tunes from the Brat Pack, starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The awards for the best of super trucks starting on the main stage, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So there you go. All that. Admission and parking are free. And they will have shuttles from the parking area to the event grounds. Walcott Jamboree next week. All right, Gilligan got you on board coming up next. And there you go. After that, plenty of room for you. We've cleared things out finally at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announces his resignation.
I know that there will be many people who are relieved and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks.
He faces accusations that he elevated a Conservative member of Parliament to a top job, even though he was aware of sexual misconduct allegations. New research shows those who practice intermittent fasting have reduced the risk of severe COVID-19 complications. When doctors analyzed conditions of COVID-19 patients who fasted and those who didn't, researchers say periodic fasting has shown improved cardiovascular health benefits. That improved condition helped patients avoid complications if they got sick. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps hair. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
On last night's program, someone had commented via the YouTube or Facebook on the stream. I saw the comment. Kind of questioning, you heard anything about this shooter in Illinois? Was he on drugs by chance? Well, apparently, at some point in time, yes, he admitted to police that he was a depressed teenage drug user. And this was going back when he was being quizzed by police about his threat to kill everyone in the family. Newly released documents. This is from the actual Highland Park police report. Details why the then 18-year-old shooter was flagged as a, quote, clear and present danger in 2019. Just a few months before his dad actually helped him to start amass the arsenal that he used to kill over the weekend. Noting that the officers were called to the home about 10 a.m. on September the 5th for a well-being check after a relative reported that Robert said he's going to kill everybody. That relative, whose identity was redacted on the report, was afraid to go home due to the nature of the threat and the fact that there was a collection of knives in his bedroom, said the report. Police quizzed the 18-year-old in front of his mother, and he admitted to being depressed and having a history of drug use. Did not detail what drugs he used at the time. However, despite one of the relatives being too terrified to return home, the depressed teen and his mother were not forthcoming as to the language he used. What do you mean? What did he say? The cops also spoke to the father, who immediately said, well, no, that collection of knives belongs to me. He did agree to hand over the knives that were being stored, I guess, in the son's room, in his bedroom closet. But the dad picked the weapons up from the precinct just 4 hours after the initial call. All right, still, the local police report noted that a clear and present danger form was filled out and indeed faxed to the Illinois State Police. That, again, should that not have been something that would have been on the record? And I guess in the future, those kind of things will mandatorily be going to the National Instant Background Check Database. Just the more it comes together, it sounds like this really could have and should have been prevented. Shouldn't have happened. All right, what's going on this morning, Gilligan?
So back by popular demand of my one and only adoring fan, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. This is Charlie Farquharson, live from KRN Radio in Cornfield County. Yesterday afternoon, Mike Schmidt and Bart Smith got into a tussle. It seems to be that their folks both got out and got together in the same field. They were fighting over whose hogs were who. Bystanders said that was the most mudslung since the last presidential debate. Well, now a word from our sponsor. GMA Enterprise is proud to announce their latest product. For those of you going to the beach, we have now introduced a shark bite suit. Yes, put on this shark bite suit and guaranteed you will not be bitten by a shark. Of course, you might sink to the bottom, but you won't be shark bit. For the incredible low price of $19.95 with 5 easy payments of each, or if you want 2 of them, we have the incredible low price of $49.95 in 5 easy payments. But that's an over $100 value. Now, just remember, our beloved owner and our beloved, his great-great-father brought to you our, God damn it, not our motto. If you'll cheat you, I mean treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
Well, have a great weekend there. The unofficial, what the hell was his name? Charlie what? All right, so what are we looking at here? About 17 before the hour, a Friday morning. Lake Mead, the water levels continue to drop. It's not looking good. The water levels behind the Hoover Dam drying up amid a summer drought and are dangerously low to the point of becoming, we said this a few weeks ago, a dead pool, which is a big problem for any place that relies on the dam's electricity, hydroelectricity. It had been a shining example of hydroelectric power, one of the key selling points of green energy. Well, now it might become a dud. The problem is the water flow of millions of gallons of Colorado River water that hurtles through the Hoover Dam every day. And as it does, it's generating electricity for hundreds of thousands of homes. Stagnant water could create another stress on the California energy shortages. By the way, don't forget to buy your electric car. Yeah, Nevada and Arizona also get electricity from the Hoover Dam, which generates 4 billion kilowatt hours every year. That's enough to serve 1.3 million people. But they say we're in the 23rd year of drought here in the Colorado River Basin, and Lake Mead has dropped down to 28%. There isn't as much head, so there isn't as much pressure pushing the water into the turbines, so there's less efficiency. We're not able to produce as much power. Dead pool waters, when the level gets so low that they stop flowing downstream any longer. I mean, Hoover Dam was A feat of American hope and engineering. 1931, the country was withering under the Great Depression. Yeah, that dam stopped up the Colorado River, ultimately creating Lake Mead, the biggest reservoir in the United States. But the levels continue to fall. Boaters on Lake Mead, many of whom come from Las Vegas and the surrounding towns, say, yeah, they're doing their part to protect supplies. They point to the drought-tolerant landscape they've installed instead of lawns and the high percentage of indoor water that's recycled in the desert towns. But you've got farmers in California growing almonds for export. Householders in Southern California have grumbled about the fate of their luscious lawns since being ordered to limit their outdoor watering to 1 or 2 days a week at the start of this summer. But there, like in the desert of Las Vegas, there's plenty of new construction, huge houses being built in the resort settlement of Lake Las Vegas. And from the air, the green of dozens of golf courses, marking an otherwise looks more like a Dust Bowl kind of landscape. You know, Sam Kinison years ago, God rest his soul, but Sam Kinison, he had a bit where he was talking about stop sending money to these food organizations to stop world hunger. What you need to do is start buying airline tickets. Get the people out of the damn desert. You're living in a desert. Food doesn't grow here. Remember that bit? I mean, it was, yeah, he bends over and he said, you see this? You see this? This is sand. Nothing grows in the sand. You know what's going to be here in 100 years? Sand. You live in a desert. Let's get them out of the desert. It's pretty much the same scenario. You wonder why you have water issues. As look at the expansion that occurred since the mafia went out there and started things up in Las Vegas. The expansion, the growth. Yeah, you don't have a lot of water in the middle of a desert. And as these housing projects continue to expand, it's only going to get worse. We don't have any water. We're in the middle of a desert. What are we going to do? We'll get back to your calls. There's plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Monkey Gouger? Where you been?
Bubba, another week like this here, and I'm going in retirement. This has been one hell H's week.
Oh, boy. Well, give us the skinny. Inquiring minds would like to know what the hell happened.
Well, I get over there to D.C. over yonder at Plainview, Texas, last Thursday morning, and supposed to be a drop and hook and tell us they ain't got no trailer. We're going to sit there for 24 hours, wait on a trailer. And I told him, I said, nah, I ain't waiting on no trailer. I went on over there to Freona and loaded up coming back toward the house, and it just went downhill from there, Steve. I had a good 4th of July with old D. Ranger. Me and him went down there to Noonan, Georgia, and eat some chicken wings at Hooters and looked at the site. They didn't have but 3 girls, and then all of them was ugly as hell. You know, that... There was one that like she had a diaper on there, and that uniform was so loose. I mean, I told D. Ranger, I said, she wearing a Depends up under that thing or something? I said, Lord have mercy. You know, I never seen nothing like that. So anyway, get up. I leave, D. Ranger, and I get up next morning, go make my delivery in Atlanta, and I'm just, I'm going to pop off in Atlanta, then stop by the house and see the youngins, the grandchildren, everybody, maybe get to pop a firecracker. I pulled in there, and they said, we got a 8-hour wait. We ain't got no computers. So I sat there all day, got unloaded about 5 o'clock that afternoon. Coming home, truck throws a default code. It's got an actuator. We're hoping it's just a wire loose up under the head, and that starts, and so anyway, I get up, go on to my next stop there, and they send me a message while I'm en route up there and said, hey, that last stop, they're not going to take that thing to Friday. I said, Friday? I said, it's supposed to be in today. I go get this off and go, well, they decided their coolers went down, here we are talking Wednesday, so you're going to have to lay over at the house or something because they're not going to take it. I said, well, ain't that just fabulous, The world of trucking,
Oh, boy.
So then I'm out there in the yard today putting some new blades on my old John Deere lawnmower, and I hear the unit make a funny noise. Went out there, Freon running everywhere. So I had to haul buggy to Columbia, and they tell me, well, we ain't got no compressor, there's part shortage. I said, hey, man, there's a load of beef sitting on this. I don't want to hear nothing about no part shortage. Rob one, steal one. So they put a nationwide search out, found one down at Charleston, didn't have nobody go down there to get it. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, I can go down there and get it. They'll give it to me if you can do something by keeping the trailer. Oh, we'll put it on emergency aid. So they hooked it up there and run down there and got that and got going tonight about 10 o'clock. But Steve, the thing that disturbed me out of all of this was the part about the truck. 4th of July week, everybody's on vacation, as I called Caterpillar, asked, I said, can you get me in? No, it'll be 3 weeks before we can get you in.
Wow.
I said, do what? He said, yeah. I said, we got more bad news. Said if it is an actuator, it could be up to a month before we get you back on the road. And I said, well, is there any way I could just run it by there and let y'all pop the valve? Hey, man, did you hear what I said? We can't get you in for 3 weeks. I said, oh, God, here we go. So I called my boys that do a lot of my work over there in Florence, and he said, well, I got good news and bad news. I said, what's that? He said, on that particular engine, them things are world famous for popping that wire down there. He said, that's probably what it is. There's something you tell me, but the bad news is we on vacation and we ain't coming back to Monday. I said, oh, hell, look at here, boy. You know, Steve, it has been a damn trip. It's one of them loads you can't get it off fast enough.
Right.
So, look like next week I'm going to be sitting in Marina Del Rey waiting on parts, and they're just hope and pray for the Bears. You know, I reckon the highlight of my week was seeing the fireworks show down at Noonan, Georgia with D Ranger. They did have a hell of a fireworks show down there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I reckon something else. Moose redesigned a new and improved chainsaw holder for the monkey gouger. He revamped it, and it come in the mail sometime today. Debbie said it's here, and I didn't get a chance to try it out. But she said, "Man, this thing here looks snazzy." So
really,
that's how the week's been going, buddy. How was your 4th of July?
Kind of a quiet, subdued 4th of July weekend.
I heard that you didn't burn the neighborhood down, anything like that. Pop no firecrackers.
No, I did go out and get some fireworks, a little bit, you know. So wouldn't be a 4th of July without some fireworks.
When I get back home tonight, I'm gonna burn the neighborhood down. 'Cause I got all kind of cannonballs and rockets and everything, and about dark, we're going to burn it down.
So you're going to have a
rednecks.
A delayed 4th of July celebration. I know that, you know, with the new laws here in Ohio, it's actually legal, and it's legal the weekend before, the weekend of, and the weekend after. So I did save a bit. I saved a little bit for the grandkids, who I didn't get to have with me last weekend. I saved some for them. So
there you go. Well, I tell you what, Dave, we're gonna burn it down Friday night. You know, I might need bail money come Monday. So keep your phone on there, buddy.
Well, don't pull a Big Ed or Big Ed's brother. You saw what happened to his brother's place, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see that? I guess Big Ed and his brother, they live right there next door to each other, but apparently Big Ed's brother had been out doing fireworks. Him and I guess the kids are all evening long. They picked up all their trash, put it in a can, and put the can on the front porch. Well, that can was smoldering, and the whole damn trailer burned down, burned his house down.
Oh, no, man. And ain't that something?
Yep.
No, I don't think we're going to have no problem, because we live way out there in the country, in the middle of the woods, and only problem we're going to have is aiming them rockets up through them oak trees that surround the Marina Del Rey. But we'll get them up through there some kind of way. But, Steve, I see something. I'm good friends with the mayor of Tega Cay. And they went up there and took an abandoned barge and put all these fireworks on it. I posted it on Facebook. So they dragged this thing out in the middle of that lake up there, Lake Wiley, whatever the name of that lake is up there, and they're going to have a big fireworks show, right? They were showing the guy, you know, the pyrotechnic, getting everything ready. First one went off, and the barge exploded. Boom! They had one big fireworks in 5 seconds. I said, boy, y'all talking about us being rednecks? I said, you bunch of high-class people tried to blow the world up. He said, don't say nothing to me. I said, well, I just called to see if you was all right. He said, yeah, I made it all right. But, yeah, them fireworks, they a dangerous situation. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about, how in the hell did Joe Biden sell all that oil out of our strategic reserve fund to a communist country.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
That's been, yeah, oh yeah, that's been making some. I don't know how much he sold. Was it 1 million barrels? Like, I mean, they're taking 1 million barrels a day out, but it might have been like 1 day's worth, I think. But nonetheless, I mean, you're saying, why would you sell China 1 million barrels of oil?
Yeah. How did China get 1 million barrels of our strategic reserve fund? You know, I mean, this guy, whenever he sees it, you think he can't do nothing more asinine. Here he goes and does this. I was listening to the news, sitting there eating my supper when I was getting ready to come out, and I was looking at that thing, and David looked at me and said, "Let's go, Brandon." I said, "Yeah, let's go, Brandon." I said, "For sure." And we ought to say, "Let's go, Hunter," because they told it to them people that he's in bed with, so, you know. So, here we go again. But that's about all I got all tonight. I give you an update on what goes on next week with the truck, you know. I'm hoping them fish are biting, because I plan on doing a lot of fishing next week. Hope they're committing suicide, jumping in the boat.
If you throw some of them dynamite sticks in the pond there, you know, that does wonders. They just float right up top.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, look here, ain't nothing wrong with just dropping a little quarter stick of dynamite in a brim bed, you know, and blowing them out the water, you know. Get the old telephone up, call them up on the telephone. Oh yeah, I know all them old tricks, but I've been broke out of some of them habits. Them fines they're so damn expensive you can't afford them, man. They get kind of haywire when you throw the dynamite on the fish, or you try to crank them up on the telephone. Now, boy, they really get pissed about that.
Well, I didn't say anything about doing it in front of a damn game warden, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but see, every time I go to the lake, the game warden's in my back pocket. He said, "We know you a lawbreaker. We're going to follow you around."
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
You got a reputation, in other words.
Yeah, we were down on the riverbank one night. Had that old telephone cranked out there, cranking them old big catfish to the top. He run up and grabbed me in the coat. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I tried to call Grandma. She ain't home." I give him the coat and everything. The boys in the boat left me. I spent the night in the river swamp running from the law, you know. So that broke me out the habit. But anyway, buddy, we'll catch you later.
Have a great weekend. Good luck with the fishing. And, yeah, we'll chat next week. We got our final hour yet to fill. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Roughly 300,000 children under the age of 5 years old have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. That's according to a senior Biden administration official. This data comes on the heels of a holiday weekend with lots of families traveling and not thinking about a trip to the pediatrician while on vacation. They're expecting that the data could increase in the weeks ahead, especially ahead of the school year. The former Cleveland police officer who shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice in 2014 abruptly resigned from a tiny police department in rural Pennsylvania. That is less than a day after the news of his hiring broke. Timothy Lohman was set to serve as the force's sole police officer in the township. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty priority half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A poll is showing the American people's confidence in the government is down.
Americans confident in the government is seeing a sharp decline. According to a Monmouth University poll, just over 1 in 3 Americans are confident in the government. 36% of Americans describe the system of government as basically sound. That's down from 55% in 2020 and then 44% in 2021. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
After a gunman killed 7 people and wounded dozens more at an Independence Day parade outside Chicago, thousands turned to the online platform GoFundMe to donate money to the victims. Donors have raised millions across 11 different pages. Highland Park, Illinois' mayor has warned the community about potential fundraising scams in a news conference. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Actor James Caan, known for his role in The Godfather and other films over a long career, has died at 82. His family confirmed. Born in 1940 in Queens, New York, Caan worked in Hollywood for over 60 years, starting with guest roles on TV dramas like The Alfred Hitchcock Hour. He will be missed by his family, friends, colleagues, and fans. A Mississippi abortion clinic that was at the center of the U.S. Supreme Court upending abortion rights nationwide has closed its doors. Physicians at Jackson Women's Health Organization were trying to see as many patients as possible before today, when Mississippi will enact a law to ban most abortions. A judge denied the clinic's petition on Tuesday, suggesting that delaying the ban would, quote, clearly harm the state and its citizens by denying the public interest in enforcement of its law, end quote, in an 8-page opinion. The Pink House, what it's known as, has been doing abortions through 16 weeks, but under previous U.S. Supreme Court rulings, abortion was allowed to the point of fetal visibility at about 24 weeks. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Sharp-looking rides invade the flatland. The modified puller who's mastered racetracks will be Wild West bound and down. All this as championship pulling returns to southwestern Kansas. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Attention Great Plains pulling fans, the NTPA is coming your way. This Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th, it's the second annual Wild West Grand Nationals at Dodge City Raceway Park in Dodge City, Kansas. Building on the spectacular success of last year's inaugural event, the Wild West Grand Nationals has expanded to 2 competition tracks and 6 Grand National classes, light superstock and superstock diesel tractors, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. All 6 divisions will appear both nights beginning at 7 p.m. Visit ntpapull.com for event details and check out DodgeCityRacewayPark.com for tickets and facility information. Be sure to come early and tour the open pits and talk to the drivers, all of whom will have traveled hundreds of miles to thrill this enthusiastic Western pulling audience. NTPA Championship pulling merchandise, including hats and shirts, will be available for sale on the grounds. Entering as the point leaders in each of the Dodge City divisions are Marcus Wedelson of Postville, Iowa, and his Gunpowder and Lead Case IH Light Superstock, Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, and his Bone Twister International Superstock Diesel, Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, and his Kathy's Complete Model T 2-wheel drive, Jake Zering of Fillmore, Indiana, and his Rule Number 19 Dodge 4-wheel drive, Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, and his Iron Toy Modified Mini, and Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, and his Moneymaker 4-engine modified. It's no surprise to see Brett Berg atop the modified points chart. Berg has won 2 straight and fully half of the last 10 championships to become the first competitor to win 5 mod titles at 7,500 pounds. But prior to that historic streak, if you'd have asked a devoted pulling fan about Brett, they would have recited his accomplishments alongside his Hall of Fame father Bill in the Superstock Tractor division. Their multi-charger Not Enough and Never Enough Internationals were terrors on the circuit throughout the 1980s, a run that culminated in the 1987 7,500-pound Superstock Championship for Bill's tractor, with Brett making a full pull at the season clincher in Lincoln, Nebraska. Brett still holds the record for the youngest winner ever at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, when he was 2 weeks shy of 16 years old in 1978. Since then, Brett has maintained Double B Farms, raising corn and soybeans alongside his pulling fabrication business. He also operates American Transfer Company, a Farmington-based local trucking firm offering end-dump, dump truck, hopper, flats, and van freight services, and an on-site repair shop. Always heralded as a master track reader who adjusts his equipment and driving style to conditions, Brett and his Rink Seed-sponsored 4 Sassy Racing Hemi Moneymaker have dominated the often tricky racetrack venues at which the NTPA has made several appearances over the last few seasons. A 2-hook sweep at Hagerstown, Maryland in 2019, another at Sauk Rapids, Minnesota in 2021, and last year's twofer in Dodge City that reached nearly 700 total feet of distance and has him looking forward to the 750-mile return trip to the land of Marshall Dillon and Miss Kitty. As the GN circuit picks up and moves west to Dodge City this Friday and Saturday, regional action continues this week in Marion, Ohio on Thursday, July 7th, Eagle Grove, Iowa, and Lancaster, Wisconsin on Friday, July 8th, and Arcola, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, July 8th and 9th. NTPAPULL.com for info and Dodge City Raceway Park for tickets to the Wild West Grand Nationals. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, one final time. NTPA update. Thank you, John Dunlap. You have a great weekend, and we'll look forward to next week's update as the schedule's getting pretty busy in the coming weeks. All right, we got our final hour off and rolling here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And we've all been watching it, dealing with it, paying for it week after week. You notice your grocery bill, you're paying more and getting less. South Dakota's Governor Kristi Noem, she actually feels that there's more to this than meets the eye. Yeah, we're all upset about the food prices. But she warns this administration is allowing more foreign entities to buy up the supply chain. A lot of this going back to the Obama administration. That was when the Smithfield Foods we talked about the other night, purchased by the WH Group, the Chinese. There are consequences on so many levels for allowing these types of entities in these countries to buy our food supply chain. When they control our food, they will control us. Now, she noted, she said, I had issues dealing with Smithfield Foods meat processing in South Dakota during the COVID pandemic. They're now owned by the Chinese Connected Business, WH Group. Our food supply is our national security policy. It just is, she says. Now, for years now, I've been watching foreign countries, other entities that are not friends of the United States, buying fertilizer companies, our chemical companies, our processing systems, and those entities. Now, under Biden, foreigners are buying up large swaths of land, including farmland. Now we see other people buying hundreds of thousands of acres of land. And listen, many times it's foreign entities in some of these states as well. So we've got countries like China that own all these different pieces of the puzzle, and they're not dummies. They know when they control our food supply, they will control us. So this is a national security issue. The American people need to be aware of this. Yeah, the U.S. is losing control of its food supply by allowing these transactions. We've always had here in the United States a priority of keeping safe and affordable food supply that's diversified, so one person or one country does not control it. We are in the process of losing that. We're losing that under Biden's watch, and it is a concern for our country and for the families that are looking to feed their kids every week when they go to the grocery. Now, Kirsty Noem, yeah, and I've actually touted the fact that I really like her as a potential, maybe vice presidential candidate. She's being rumored as one for 24. Right now, she said, I'm focused on winning re-election as governor this November. I don't like to play in hypotheticals, she said. What I've said, though, is that if Donald Trump runs, I will support him. His policies were great for the country. Yeah, I think it's important people recognize that leadership, as we're seeing, has consequences. All you have to do is go from state to state and see the consequences of who's sitting in that state's governor's office, for instance. And all of us should be evaluated by the decisions that we made. Now, said she had the guts to stand alone in the face of the Democrats' opposition during the pandemic. I remember well. Those were unique times. And in many of those decisions, I stood alone. But it was right for our Constitution. It was the right decision then and now. And South Dakota is thriving because of it. I'm proud of the state, and I'm proud of what we did together. Now, as far as 2024, she didn't rule out winding up possibly on either Trump or Ron DeSantis' presidential ticket. Now, I have no idea, she said, when asked who it might be at the top of the Republican primary. She simply said, I'm running for re-election here to stay and be the governor of South Dakota. So I hope that people here want to keep me. But I think we're thriving here and bringing a lot of hope to this country. And it would be incredible if I could get the opportunity to continue to serve. So we'll see where that goes. Eagle back on board this Friday. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I wanted to comment on some things that Monkey Godfrey had said about trucks. Yeah, he's right about that, man, Steve. That's another problem that Joe Biden has created is the parts shortage for cars and trucks in America. I'd advise the guys truckers out there to take care of your equipment, because if you break down nowadays, Steve, you might, like Monkey God just said, you might have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get parts for your truck. Mm-hmm. Or a lot of truck places out here in Texas. If you go to a Peterbilt or International or Freightliner dealership, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, a lot of those guys are going to tell you it's going to be 2 months before they can even get your truck in the shop, not to actually work on the thing. Your truck is just going to sit in the parking lot for a month and a half, 2 months. Nobody's even going to touch it because they got so much work and they got so much of a backlog of trucks that are waiting for parts, and it's a damn shame what Biden has done. Like I said, it wasn't like that with Trump. And it cost you a lot of money because I had that problem about 4 or 5 months ago. My truck broke down, and it took them almost a month and a half to fix it. I had to get in a loaner truck or either a rental truck until your truck is ready. For an owner-operator, that's even more difficult to do, when you got your own truck. Luckily I was in a company truck. But, the parts shortage is real bad out here, Steve. You can even see it at the car dealerships. If you drive by a lot of car dealerships nowadays, you'll notice that the parking lots are empty. Because a lot of places are still waiting on the computer chips. There's still a chip shortage right now for a lot of cars. So we got a lot of bad things, a lot of problems going on in the car and the truck industry right now, Steve. When it comes to parts and fixing vehicles nowadays. If I asked the guy at the Peterbilt dealership, because that's what I drive. I asked him, what good does it do to have a dealership if you guys don't have no parts? And it's not really their fault, but you call a Peterbilt dealership up, and they'll tell you that they don't have no parts in stock, that they got to wait for it to come in, and you might have a 2 or 3 or more a week, like Monkey God just said. And it's a damn shame that you have to wait that long for parts from these places. So it can really cost you a lot of money in the long run. So I'd advise people out there to take care of their equipment. Now, one other thing about the trucking industry, Steve, they said that a company went out of business. I think I read on my phone it was out of Vermont. They claimed 450 truck drivers lost their job unexpectedly. They say the company just went under.
Yep.
I don't know what the hell happened with them. But like I say, I don't know if it was the high fuel prices or what that put them out of business. But there's a lot of companies that, in the last couple of weeks that have consolidated with other bigger companies. And, like I said, they said USA truck. I still see those guys on the road. I understand that they had got bought out by some guy out of Pennsylvania or something. But I still see USA trucks on the interstate right now. But they've definitely slowed their trucks down because they used to run their trucks used to run 72 miles an hour, and I noticed I pass up a lot of their trucks now. I think they don't shut them down to 68, 70 miles an hour since they got bought out. So a lot of these companies nowadays, Steve, a lot of companies are shutting the speed down on the truck of these trucks, to try to save fuel. I'm seeing more and more trucks going slower. You see, I'm passing up a lot of trucks doing 65, 64 miles an hour, trying to save fuel. So, this guy Biden, man, they said that they wanted to put left speed limiters on trucks. Well, they don't have to worry. That's one thing Joe Biden and his administration don't have to worry about, Steve, because as high as gas prices are nowadays, most people are going to slow down anyway to save on fuel. So Biden don't have to worry about putting governors on trucks because his high dollar fuel prices is enough to make people slow down. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
And speaking of which, the speed limiter, that mandate, the comment period is going to be wrapping up here in a few days. I'm trying to recall, was it the 18th of July? Thought I had that in my show prep here somewhere. I think they've had more than 14,000 comments. And most of them, obviously, against mandating the speed limiters. And if I find that, I'll share it with you. About 24 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I found from this past day that Sean Smith is one of the thousands of truck drivers who've told the FMCSA mandating speed limiters, not a good idea. How can we raise the speed on the interstates and then cut the speed of the trucks, then pay for them? Regulations have done nothing but make the truck traffic worse out here. And more regulation is just going to cause more truck traffic. So you limit the speed to 60 miles an hour. That would mean in the perfect world, one driver can travel 660 miles a day. I mean, one less mile could mean one less load. You spread that amongst all the trucks in the country, and you end up with potentially thousands of extra trucks, especially with the economic crunch we're seeing. So why now? Why do this now? According to the regulations.gov website, the FMCSA has received more than 14,800 comments on this advance notice of supplemental rulemaking, and a large majority of those comments, they say, come from truck drivers who are adamantly opposed to a mandate. Again, however, only days remain for the public to comment on that current notice. If you're a procrastinator, kind of like me, been putting it off, get those comments in. But quite honestly, the last time they had a proposal like this, I think by the end of the comment period, they only had like 5,000 comments total. So obviously a lot more drivers putting their 2 cents worth in with probably have well over 15,000 comments when this period ends. That's a lot to scour through, right? All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. It is 844-844-3388. We were talking earlier about the vaccines and how little they appear to be doing as far as stopping the spread of COVID. Turns out that they didn't stop it. You can still contract COVID. You can still pass the COVID. And with all that in mind, we are still talking about potentially booting thousands of our military personnel out of the force here in short order, despite We shared this earlier this week. Despite the fact that they're having an incredibly difficult time reaching their recruiting goals right now, all branches of the military, the Biden administration is poised to kick out tens of thousands of service members who have objections to the military vaccine mandate. We're looking to just compound the problem. We'll give you the rest of the story coming up here and back to your calls. First, a news update here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The World Health Organization reported a 77% weekly increase in the number of lab-confirmed monkeypox cases to more than 6,000 worldwide, and 2 more deaths in part of Africa where the virus has been circulating for years. Most of the cases were reported in Europe and Africa. The UN Health Agency said the mysterious outbreak continues to mainly affect men in the LGBTQ community, and that other population groups show no signs of sustained transmission. The Biden administration is giving nearly $1 billion to 85 airports to expand and upgrade terminals and other facilities using money approved in last year's huge infrastructure bill. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Keeps hair. You'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, quickly back to the email bag. Let me see. Hello to Steve this morning, checking in. Finally Friday. Heading into town for that one last route for the week. Thank the Lord. Tell old Monkey Gouger, we all share his sentiments. We have 4 in-house mechanics at our shop, and I've been trying to get a PM service done on my truck for a week now, and can't seem to get anywhere with that. Maybe next week. Everybody enjoy the day and the weekend as well. And we were talking earlier about the Illinois shooter, the fact that he admitted to being a depressed, drug-abusing teen. Yeah, Pappy said, apparently Tucker Carlson had a segment talking about how many of these young shooters in the school shootings and others were on the likes of, say, Prozac or Zoloft. There seems to be some kind of connection. He was talking about the sheer number of young kids these days that are being put on these kinds of medications that may actually be doing more harm than good. Yeah, that's true. That's, you go back to the ADHD, right? I mean, when we were young, kids were kids, right? Some kids fidgeted around. Some kids couldn't stay in their damn seat. Yeah, nowadays, all right, put them on drugs. Put them on drugs. They don't want to get out of their seat now, do they? See, be a good little boy. Sit there. Be careful what you wish for, I suppose. Yeah, back to the military report here. Last August, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, of course, ordered every service member to be fully vaccinated or risk being discharged. We all remember. So far, more than 5,000 service members have been forced out. But at least tens of thousands more who are not fully vaccinated could be on their way out. Army Air Force Master Sergeant Nick Cooper is one of them. He has served 19 years in the Air Force and is now on the brink of being forced out this month for not complying with the mandate. Now, supposedly, he filed for a religious exemption but was denied. So far, the military has granted religious exemptions to service members who are already leaving the military, but not for those who would like to stay. That's rather interesting. Yeah, so well, they're leaving anyway. Go ahead and give them the exemption. But no, they're planning to be with us. How many more years? No, deny. Cooper and his family stand to lose their medical retirement benefits afforded to veterans who serve for at least 20 years. You see, he's less than a year away. I've been counting on this 20-year retirement for the past 19 years. That's been my plan. And all because they won't grant me a religious exemption waiver. You know, they're looking to kick me out, actually, as of tomorrow. I believe was the story this past day. So maybe, I guess, is today the deadline? He said he and other service members have argued they're only legally required to take an FDA-approved vaccine, but not the emergency use authorized vaccine that was made available to service members for almost a year. I said the Department of Defense has kind of treated them as interchangeable. He claims the former defense official who authored the memorandum used to kick out service members for not taking the vaccine has confirmed on Twitter that the service members had the choice to take the emergency use authorization vaccines and are only required to take the FDA-approved vaccines. Now, that person, who was that, is now at the Department of Veterans Affairs, has had her account on Twitter locked to the public, apparently for months. I guess for admitting that. Trying to keep things quiet. Now, he did say since the vaccines have been mandated, there's actually been an uptick in COVID cases in the military across all branches. And then, of course, the discharge of thousands of troops. As we shared earlier this week, every branch of the military struggling to meet their recruiting goals, particularly the Army and the Air Force, they tell us. He noted the Air Force has not missed the recruiting goal in over 20 years. Well, they've already projected they're going to do that. They're going to miss it this year. The Army has only they're at 40% of their recruiting goal as of a couple days ago, and there's actually only 3 months left in this fiscal year, which, based on my simple math, that there's a good chance the Army may only be at about 50% of their recruiting goal for the year once the fiscal year ends. That's not a good trend. All right, morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, figured I'd call in and chime in on that guy up there in Illinois that done that shooting. You know, there's so many questions on that application for the FBI background check that was totally missed. You know, think about it. He was using drugs, which is one of the questions when you fill out that application to buy that gun. Are you user of illegal drugs? Well, he was. There was when they come to the knives and stuff that he was certain things.
And Gilligan's in the middle of a cell zone hell. You're switching towers or something because you're disappearing there. Yeah, I think we lost him somewhere in the hills of West Virginia.
Hear me now.
All right, all right, you're back.
I'm in Virginia.
Try again. All right.
Are you here?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm in Virginia, by the way, not West Virginia. Close, but not there. Okay. This kid out there in Illinois, let's face it, there's so many things that went wrong here. Look at the fact, the illegal drug use. You cannot be on illegal drugs. That's one of the questions. And you signed that swearing to answer those questions correctly. You cannot. The whole deal with the red flag laws. He literally had the cops come out because he was threatening his family members for stuff. lives and stuff. That's a huge red flag. How was he able to get his gun license to buy a gun in Illinois? His father was a powerful politician. I mean, this is what's wrong with our system. You know, they want to put red flag laws in place. They want to put this law in place, that law in place. I don't care. I've said it before in this program, and I'll say it again. The criminals will get the gun. They will get the stuff to make the bombs or whatever they do. Look at what they used at the Boston Marathon. There was no gun at all.
You know, pressure cookers.
Simple things that you could go to Walmart and buy what they got there, and I'm not talking back in the gun section. You know, it's crazy. They use fertilizer in Oklahoma and diesel fuel. Come on now. These idiots, I believe these people are demon possessed. I really believe that. You know, I'm a God-fearing man, and you know, there's been demon possession. Now I'm sounding like a rambler, but there's been, and that's not a bad thing, by the way, I don't believe. But, you know, this has been going on since the days of the Bible. Yes, Rambler, I didn't mean to insult you, and I hope you didn't take it as an insult. Yeah, my one and only adoring fan, by the way. Yeah, you know, that's what I'm getting at on this guy. Also, Steve, I've did some investigation about this bridge up here in Harrisonburg, Virginia on 81. It's a 247. I went through there twice tonight, and I've got to go back through 3 times tonight because I'm running back and forth up and down 81 tonight. According to the news report by the local TV station, it was hit by an oversized load. This is just amazing how these drivers hit these bridges. Steve, there's no height signs over on that bridge, which means it legally has to be over 15 feet high. I could not find out what kind of truck hit it. The only thing I could think of is the old scenario, a dump truck with his bed up, right underneath of it and hit it. When I went through there this evening, there was a huge piece of concrete in the beam they had tore out of there. It was probably about 20 feet long, and it was probably about 6 feet wide. It's amazing, these drivers. They don't check to see if the bed's up. They don't pay attention to it. They got to watch their mirrors. You know, you're running an oversized load. I know we don't have that problem with the listeners of this program, I'm sure, because most of our listeners are very professional drivers.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they've got to pay attention to these height clearances. I mean, I've seen places where people hit the bridge, and it's like there's signs everywhere. How do you miss this? There's a place there in the Quad Cities. They've got all kinds of signs going down through, I think it's US 61, going through the Quad Cities. I used to pick at the Kraft plant there. And my direction said the facility is before the bridge. It was like a 9-foot bridge or something like that. These people still run flying down through there. If you see a 9-foot bridge in front of you and you're driving a 13.6 truck, how do you not realize that sucker's about the top of the windshield before you hit it? You know, I don't get it. Well, anyway, that's my rant for tonight, I guess, and I hope everybody has a nice, happy, and safe weekend, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right. Actually, I think it was on our last cruise that topic of overpasses came up. There's little John talking about when I'm out in my automobile or my pickup truck. I've been driving truck all these years, and he knows you see those signs of the low clearance bridge. He said, sometimes I'll forget that I'm in my pickup truck or whatever, and I'll go to slam on the brakes like, no, low clearance, I'm not going to get through. It's like, oh, okay, I forgot I'm not in the big truck. But yeah, we'll pause right there. Back in a moment as we head down the home stretch. Heading for home on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up. And going 1,500 miles on a full tank, well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, violence in the streets. We're seeing it all around the country. And I guess even in Las Vegas. Where apparently Las Vegas is actually mulling possibly a curfew for those under the age of 21. Following recent shootings and gun violence in the downtown area, the Las Vegas mayor announced the potential curfew in a series of tweets earlier this week, the day after a man was shot right outside the Fremont Street Experience in downtown Vegas. Independence Day morning, no less. Monday morning. Authorities said a fight broke out between a couple of people, one of whom pulled out a gun. Now, the mayor said she's already discussed the matter with the downtown Las Vegas property owners and the Metropolitan Police Department. And we're all in agreement, she said. There's no tolerance for violent crime. Our city marshals have committed to an increased law enforcement presence. The city attorney is going to prosecute violators to the fullest, and we're exploring a curfew for those under the age of 21. Yeah, real quick, like here, Sam, I believe, on board. Morning, Sam.
What's going on? Did you get my email that I sent you about the North Carolina legislature?
It's not ringing a bell.
Okay. My brother sent me this earlier tonight. I didn't have a chance to look up what was going on about it. Talking about how they're going to fund looking into if you're going to put free electric charge ports out for electric cars, they're going to put a free gas pumps up next to them.
I think, yeah, you sent me some little memo, and I didn't know if that was a joke or if that was for real or what that was. Is that legit?
Well, his son lives in North Carolina, and he texted him back to see if that was, if he'd heard anything about it. He said, sure enough, it's real. And that came from Motor Trend magazine.
Well, that's what it was Road and Track magazine, yeah.
Or Road and Track,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
So you get your weekend homework cut out for you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Just what I need on the weekend, homework, yeah.
All right, have a good weekend.
All right, yeah, he sent me that earlier this morning. Yeah, it's like a screenshot from Road and Track magazine. A bill currently in the works in the North Carolina legislature would allocate $50,000 to get rid of free public electric vehicle chargers unless free gas pumps are built alongside. Okay. Like I said, I thought it was kind of a joke. I said, no way that could be real. So, but he's giving me some homework now. All right, coming up next on our TNCRadio.live. Stick around. It's Fun Friday. What do we got? Mind Your Trucking Business. Coming up next, talking about the war on trucking in states like California, Connecticut, and others, between the labor laws, the EPA, CARB, governors in certain states. Yeah, what do they think? The supply chain is run by magical elves? All right, so no lack of emotion in that discussion coming up next. Then stick around for Reverse Gear with Ron Samuels. The maestro continues his series on the history of popular music with a retrospective of some of the greatest Motown bands of all time this morning. And then 7 a.m., Wesley Britton with Remember When. Talking about Bond. Who was the best Bond over all the years? All that discussion and more via TNCRadio.live on the app. And we'll see you back here at the midnight hour. That'll be Sunday night into Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. And thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. forever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.